What it do, what it do, what it do. It's your boy Big Vibe Opinion back with another live video. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit that share button. And most importantly, make sure you sub to the channel. Turn on that post notification bell so that you be notified each and every time that your boy Big Vibe is going live, man. With that being said, let's get into this intro. Welcome to Big Vibe Opinion. Moderators, with my permission, any negativity in the chat should be hidden from this channel. This channel is a negativity-free channel, drama-free channel, and we are here to push the message out. We will not be distracted. So with my permission, any negativity in the chat should be hidden from this channel. Welcome to Big Vibe Opinion platform.
Lifetime, as far as quick on lifetime, as far as lifetime is concerned, there are real people, real women out here really being abused, really missing. They're really missing. They're really chained up in basements. I've been in here 4 years. I haven't seen one person that was ever chained up in a basement come forth for anything. But I tell you one thing, before Lifetime came out, I was minding my business. I was in the studio. I was working with celebrities. I had tours. But when Lifetime came out, all of that went away. Meaning, before Lifetime came out, I had no charges pending against me. Nobody had went to a radio station or had went to, a police station. It took a year to put together Lifetime. If all of the things they said I did on Lifetime were true, it only take a minute to go to a police station. But when there's a crime committed, you don't go make a movie on it. You go to the police station. Nobody had done that. And I just really want people to know, I appreciate anybody that's helping me. I appreciate anybody that's helping me. A lot of people have been there for me. I just don't want people going back and forth, being mad at each other because one person did this for me and another person did that for me. That's what the devil wants. He wants to cause confusion. That's what these people want. They want to cause confusion. And confusion ain't going to do nothing but keep me in here. But the real thing here.
Yo, what it do? It's your boy Big Vibe Opinion back with another live video. And as y'all can see, it's a Sunday afternoon and I got my hater blockers on because I gotta block the hate out. You gotta block the hate. You gotta block the hate. As y'all see the title, Avoid Aaliyah new special, Barry Hankerson is still trying to cash in on his niece. Yeah, I said it. And the reason why I said what I said, I'm gonna show y'all the trailer to the new special. And when y'all see the people that's involved in this new special, it's gonna tell you everything that you need to know about this new special. Anything involving Barry Hankerson dealing with Aaliyah, I don't think it's her family that's telling their side to this situation. And if this was to put Aaliyah in a better light, with everything surrounding her, everything surrounding her and R. Kelly, would you think they would have R. Kelly in it as well? But I'm gonna let you all see the trailer. Come on in, hit that like button, hit that share button, sub to the channel if you haven't already. And we're gonna look at this trailer and we're gonna give our take on it, give our spin on it, see what others think. Um, so we gonna shed a lie, let some people get in here. We gonna break it down, man. We gonna break it down because I mean, one thing about me, and one thing about me, and one thing that I do when it comes to my platform, I don't let the bullshit get. If I see the bullshit, I'm gonna call it out. If I see BS, I'm gonna call it BS. And when R. Kelly supporters, we have been supporting this new special, thinking that this special would be a different narrative than all the narratives that we've heard in the past. But to me, in my opinion, this new special is like them doubling down on the bullshit that has been spoken about, over the years. So that's why I call red flags on this special. So come on in, come on in, come on in, everybody, man. It's a Sunday. I know some people out there. Come on in, get on in here.
Red's not supposed to be green, like faith's not supposed to be seen. The sky's not supposed to touch the ground, and a square's not supposed to be round. The moon's not supposed to touch the sun, and a two is not supposed to be a one, and the heart's not supposed to weigh a ton, and forever's not supposed to be done. Winter's not supposed to come in June, and I am not supposed to have the blues. There are so many things that are not supposed to be, babe, except you and me. There are so many things that are not supposed to be. Ooh, babe, yeah, except you and me. Night's not supposed to be long. Yeah. No one is supposed to be alone. Understanding is not supposed to be confused. And the wind is not supposed to lose. Like fire's not supposed to freeze. Like joy is not supposed to grieve. Like you are not supposed to leave. What I said I'm not supposed to mean. He is not supposed to have your heart. Baby, we are not supposed to be apart. There are so many things that are not supposed to be said. You and me.
Okay. All right. When we hit 50 people in the chat, man, we hit 50 people. We need 50 likes. I need 50 likes. I really need 100 likes in this live. I really like to get the live up to 100 likes because they help push the video out into the algorithm. But to start this live off, man, let's get to 50. Come on out them bushes, shake them trees, because I need all of you all support in order to push this thing the way that I'm trying to push it. Most definitely. I need all of you all support in order to push this video out the way I need it pushed. So come on up out the bushes, come on up out the trees, come on up out the back of the church, come to the front row. I want to do an altar call. Come on down, come on down, come on down. Because guess what? These are the type of videos that need to be pushed out into the algorithm that's really going into details, trying to help break this thing down, trying to help understand what really took place, other than what the narrative that these high profile media outlets are pushing, like ABC, NBC, Lifetime, and others. Of course, it's only a YouTube channel. We can only compete so much. But guess what? If all of us come together and help push these type of videos out into the algorithm, then they will get into hands of people who may not know. You know, we every day, long as we reach somebody, and we reach a new person every day that may not believe, that may not understand. You know, let's help them and let's help them understand what really has taken place in this process. So, oh yeah, come on, man, let's get it up, let's get it up there, let's get it up there. See what's going on with my crew, man. And also when I play this when we start playing this clip, what I'm gonna ask the chat to do, all I need for the chat to do is put red flags. You know, when y'all see a red flag, put a red flag. When y'all see a red flag, just put a red flag. Just put a red flag in the chat. When y'all see the red flags in this new special, put a red flag in the chat. That's all y'all have to do. And when y'all see a red flag, we're gonna break it down and try to understand it. We're gonna break it down and try to understand it. Okay? Try to get set up so we can get this thing on the road. So when I start playing this, when I share this clip, all I need for the chat to do is hit that, put them red flags up. You know, so it was said that this documentary, this special that was coming out was supposed to involve Aaliyah's family. It was said that this special was supposed to involve her family. And when we say family, we're not talking about the uncle. We're not talking about the uncle. You know, we're not talking about certain people. When we say the family, we're talking about particular individuals. Her mother, you know. So, what's up, Miss Hollywood? Free R. Kelly. Okay. Let's go. We finna get ready to get started. But like I asked, what I need for you all to do is, once y'all see a red flag, just put a red flag in the chat. We're gonna red flag this, man. I don't think no one should support this special, man. And it's, you know, if you support Robert, I don't think you should support this special. That's just me speaking. I'm not telling no one what to do and what not to do, but me personally, I'm not supporting it because they still not allowing this lady to rest and, you know, just be her. You know what I'm saying? Why is it every time, you know, when it comes to Aaliyah, man, you know, let Aaliyah stand alone. You know, and I'm just saying, like, myself personally, why is Robert name always brought up, you know, when it comes to Aaliyah, you know? So that's an issue. That's an issue that I have, you know. That's an issue that I have. So, okay, we got 32 people in the chat. I'm not going to hold y'all up. We finna get started. You know, some people probably going to come in late, but we're going to get started. And remember what I told y'all, red flags. You got to point them out.
From the moment I stepped foot on stage, I was like, this is what I want to do. I have to do this. I'm happy doing this.
The pop princess of R&B.
One of the precursors of Rihanna and Beyonce.
Hit after hit after hit. She was super.
Who is this? The first red flag in my eyes. Hold on.
Beyonce.
Here that be.
First red flag. This is the first red flag in my eyes. Do y'all agree? This is the first red flag to me. Barry. Now, this documentary. Now, this documentary supposed to be a special dedicated to Aaliyah. But you know, even if this special has Aaliyah music in it, Aaliyah music can only get put in this special if it's authorized by Barry, which means Barry makes money off of this special. First red flag. Okay, let's go.
Hit after hit. She's super.
Second red flag. The second red flag. Mr. Irrelevant himself, right? This is Mr. Irrelevant himself. Remember? This the same guy. Like, this the same guy. Earlier, I seen somebody say, D. Michelle said, the guy that was in the Fiesta music video. Correct. This guy right here, the guy who let Jay-Z debo him and take his whole company and become a billionaire, and he ain't got no smoke for Jay-Z. You ain't got no smoke for Jay-Z, but you got all the hate in the world for Robert Sylvester Kelly. This is another red flag. Now, do you all think that Aaliyah's mother has anything to do with this special? You have seen Barry, which Barry and Aaliyah's mother has been feuding for quite some time about Aaliyah's music. Barry recouped $90 million wrongful death settlement off of Aaliyah, and that's due to her music. The it was the projected money that she could have made if she would have still been living. So with Barry and Diane not getting along, do you think she would do a special and have these two goofy ass motherfuckers in it? Second red flag.
Cool.
Ever changed hip hop and R&B?
She was just taking off and doing her thing.
There's such an energy about Aaliyah.
Cool, fly, effortless.
She was an art.
Now, the biggest red flag. The biggest red flag. It's so crazy, right? To me. They said, well, she was taking off and doing her thing. But do they not understand, without this brother that you see here, Robert Kelly, without Robert Kelly, there's no Aaliyah taking off. There's no Aaliyah taking off if it was not for Robert Kelly. More red flags now. This is the same man who has been convicted and charged for bribing an official to get an ID for a marriage license, right? And so you mean to tell me this is a special that's dedicated to Aaliyah and her mother is going to go and put Robert in there knowing that the type of backlash that they could cause for this type of special? We know, we know, we know for a fact, we as R. Kelly supporters, we as supporters of the truth, let's not just say R. Kelly supporters, we as supporters of the truth, we know that there wasn't no marriage. But when you look at Aaliyah core fans, when we talk about diehard Aaliyah fans, do you think they're going to support this seeing R. Kelly in it? You know, they blame R. Kelly for so much shit. So do you think the mother understanding that Aaliyah has a real true fan base, and her true fan base is not going to care to see Robert in a special dedicated to Aaliyah? So what we have to do is we have to make this shit make sense, bro. What's up, Gemini Dunn? Yes, this special is set to be released on June the 14th, Wednesday.
Such an energy about Aaliyah.
Cool, fly, effortless.
She was an R. Kelly protege.
There have been rumors, right? Something going on between them. He's definitely sleeping with her.
We were all kind of like,
Here's a
Well. Oh. Well. I wonder where did they get this from? I wonder where did they get this from? I wonder where did they get this from? The red flag. The red flags, man.
here's a marriage certificate. Aaliyah and R. Kelly. What?
Hey, y'all, I want y'all to understand something. Y'all. Why didn't they show the bottom half? Why is there no bottom half? Why they only show part? This is the bullshit. Why they not showing the whole supposedly certificate, right? They're only showing what fits their narrative, right? This is the bullshit. This is the games that these people play, right? So even when Robert is vindicated and his charges are overturned, people are still going to run with this narrative that this actually took place. Now, look at, this certificate has one, Cook County is one font. The state of Illinois is a different font. The office of clerk of court is a different font. And the certificate of marriage is a different font. Now, they say that this is a little special, right? So, if this is an Aaliyah special, why isn't it showing the accomplishments of Aaliyah versus showing these things that could cause a problem with someone who's watching it. Why don't this special focus on her achievements versus a marriage to Robert Kelly? But it's supposed to be a special, right?
Like, here's a marriage certificate. Aaliyah and R. Kelly. What?
Her age was a lie. She was listed at 18 when she was 15 or 16.
He was 27, which is ridiculous.
She became almost tarnished.
Hey, red flag, y'all. Red flag. Red flag. Hold on.
At 18 when she was 15 or 16.
He was 27, which is...
Wasn't he charged? Wasn't this fella charged with sexual assault? Another red flag. Wasn't this brother charged with sexual assault? Another red flag. This is supposed to be about Aaliyah. Why are all of these crooked ass people giving their opinion? Most of these guys that are speaking, from Barry to Dane to this fool right here, all these guys have some type of dislike towards Robert. So, of course, they will be offering their voice in this docuseries or in this special. I'm not going to call it a docuseries. They said it's a special, right? It was supposed to be specially for Aaliyah. So if it was supposed to be especially for Aaliyah, why doesn't it only focus on Aaliyah and her achievements only?
Ridiculous.
She became almost tarnished by the fact that she was preyed upon by a much older man.
You've already been involved.
Now, she was preyed upon. It's to my recollection that Aaliyah was brought to R. Kelly. R. Kelly didn't go looking for no Aaliyah. Am I understanding that correctly? What are you doing? Get off that door, man. Now, how do you prey upon someone who comes looking for you? But this is how they throw these narratives around. This is how they throw these narratives around.
Preyed upon by a much older man.
You've already been involved in this crazy public, scandalized relationship. So what do you do?
She killed it. She smashed it. She redefined it.
On the fast track to being one of the biggest stars in the world.
She can't be stopped.
The 22-year-old singer Aaliyah died last night in a plane crash in the Bahamas.
That was probably like one of the worst days of my life.
One of the most heartbreaking losses in music.
You really felt like you knew her.
Her music was so impactful that she still feels like she's.
Her music was so impactful, but do you all understand who was behind the music? See, y'all try to give credit and not to take nothing away from Aaliyah, but who was behind the music? Who was behind the sound? Who was behind the image? See, this is how y'all try to remove someone away from you. This is how you all choose to not want to give credit where credit is due. What y'all try to do is y'all try to remove Robert from what he was able to project in an artist, and take an artist from not being known whatsoever and making her the biggest artist at the time, instead of giving him his credit for what he was able to do. Instead, y'all try to tarnish this brother, tear him down, ruin his name and reputation, and on the backside, Barry Hankerson take all the credit for it. But it was Robert that put in all the work to create this image, this sound. This is what they did. Robert was able to take an artist that no one knew, give her a sound, give her an image, make her the face of female artists during the time. And instead of Barry Hankerson allowing R. Kelly to get the credit that he deserved, instead he ruined this man's reputation. He tried ruining this brother's reputation so that he wouldn't receive the proper acknowledgments that he deserved for being able to do what he done with her as an artist. See, this is the bullshit that y'all, they can pull this bullshit over other people's eyes, but you can't pull it over my eyes. I see what it is. This is no different than back in slavery days, right? How they say our ancestors, every time we came out with an invention, right, the white man will come and we will show it to the white man. All of a sudden, the white man will steal our invention and take all the credit for it, but our ancestors put in all the work to make the shit work. R. Kelly put in all the work to make Aaliyah the artist that she was. And then Barry Hankerson comes in and try to destroy R. Kelly so that he can get all the praise for all the accolades that Aaliyah was able to accomplish. Barry Hankerson, we see your bullshit. We see what you did, bro. We see what you trying to do. You trying to destroy this brother so he wouldn't get the credit, the proper credit that he deserved for building an artist.
In music.
You really felt like you knew her.
Her music was so impactful that she still feels like she's here today.
Not just any kind of legacy. It's Aaliyah.
Superstar Aaliyah, the all-new event special.
Aaliyah was larger than life.
Wednesday night, June 14th at 10/9 Central on.
Now, he say Aaliyah was larger than life. And he may have a point. He may have a point. He may have a point that she was larger than life, but she was larger than life. But without R. Kelly, there is no Aaliyah. She may have came along down the road, maybe, but without R. Kelly, there's no Aaliyah. And that's not to take nothing away from Aaliyah and what she was able to accomplish. But you can't sit here and say that she would have done those type of things without the great penmanship of Robert Sylvester Kelly, without the great producing of Robert Sylvester Kelly. It's just what it is. Let's take a look at this. Shout out to Malicious Conspiracy, man, because she posted something. And we want to check this out. Let's check this out. It's in prosecutors' closing argument, lied and said R. Kelly bribed an official for fake ID because Aaliyah was pregnant. But Demetrius' own witness, their own witness, Demetrius, under oath, said she was never pregnant. R. Kelly never told him she was. R. Kelly had nothing to do with the bribery. This is directly from Demetrius Smith's testimony. Prosecutor also called witness to prove Kelly bribed an Illinois government employee in 1994 to obtain a fake welfare ID to marry Aaliyah after finding out the teenager was pregnant. On Wednesday, Geddes took it a step further, arguing that the true reason Kelly wanted to marry Aaliyah was to make sure she would get an abortion. Come on now. What the fuck would a marriage do to help get an abortion? If you're going to get a fake ID to say 18, you might well just take the ID to go get the abortion. What the fuck do you got to get married for in order to get the abortion? Come on, man. A lot of the shit that these people say don't even make sense when you read this shit. Like, how the fuck? Who thought of this type shit? And these people supposed to be prosecutors. They got to be on dope or dog food. At the time, the princess of R&B was 15 and Kelly was 27. No baby, no jail. God is added. So she mean to say, this is something that you have to listen to, right? You have to put this shit into perspective, right? She got a fake ID. He married her so that she could have an abortion. So this is what the prosecutor says. No baby, no jail. Bro, you still married an underage fucking person. So how the fuck do the baby remove jail from the equation? How the fuck do no baby? How the fuck do the abortion remove no jail from the equation if you marrying someone who's under the age of legal age to marry? Make this shit make sense. How are you covering up a crime by committing a crime? Make this shit make sense. So you're going to cover up a crime by committing another crime. This is what they want the people to believe. I'm going to cover up a crime by committing another crime. Make this shit make sense, man. Make this shit make sense. Do y'all follow me when I say you're going to commit a crime as to marrying an underage person to cover up a crime of getting an underage person pregnant? Do that shit make sense to y'all? Where is the sense in it? Where in the sense in it? Look at what Patricia say. You can get an abortion without the parent consent. That's the law. It's a lie for me. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? This shit don't make sense. What up, James Guy? So you're gonna go out and commit a crime while trying to cover up a crime to avoid jail. Come on, man. And this shit comes out of a prosecutor's mouth. No baby, no jail. Come on, man. Come on, let's keep going.
So Smith's testimony really important because he's able to tell this jury that he did go and bribe an official, gave them money to get a fake ID for Aaliyah to be able to get married. So here's a bit from court today where Smith was testifying. He said on cross-examination. So
this is from Smith's testimony. You see it. Can it? Robert told you Aaliyah might be pregnant. Smith, that's what I assume. That's what I assume. Meaning as in he never was told this shit. He just assumed that. To my knowledge, Aaliyah was never pregnant. This is what Smith said. This is what Smith said. But then you got Smith doing shit like this, though. Smith was the one who did this. Just a second. It was Smith who put this shit out. Though we the wedding, so they could legally. It said thought through with the wedding, so that he could legally give Aaliyah permission to get an abortion, since otherwise she would have needed her parents' consent to access one. Kelly and Aaliyah flew to Chicago, where Smith said he bribed an official to obtain false documents showing that Aaliyah was 18 years old, and the pair had a quick city hall wedding in suburban Maywood. Their marriage license is dated August 31st, 1994. Now, so we see who put this narrative out there about Aaliyah being pregnant. This shit all came from Demetrius Smith. It's all was an assumption from Demetrius Smith. It was all an assumption from Demetrius Smith. Y'all see it. This is shit that he put out. This is bullshit that Demetrius put out there, y'all.
from the defense attorney for Kelly, he asked, Robert told you that Aaliyah might be pregnant. That was the trouble that was assumed to be why they had to get married. And Smith said that is what he assumed, but to his knowledge, Aaliyah was never pregnant.
The thing that is accepted as true or as certain to happen without proof. Without proof. He assumed without proof. This is what Demetrius did. Demetrius assumed without proof. So if he testified and said that she was never pregnant, so if he testified and said, I want y'all to follow me when I say this, right? I want y'all to follow me. Y'all might put following you in the chat if y'all following me right now. Because I want to say something to y'all that makes just make it make sense. Just put following you, Vi. Just put following you. I want y'all to follow me. Follow me. Because I'm going to prove yet another point. I'm going to prove yet another point. This is what I do over here. And I do it for a reason. This is what I do over here. I sit down and I analyze this shit. I break it down into bits and pieces. I break it down into bits and pieces so a baby can understand this shit. Even though we already are aware of this shit, I just break it down. So here, Robert told you Aaliyah might be pregnant. That's what I assume. That's what I assume. Now listen to what Demetrius say, y'all. Listen to what he say, y'all. I want y'all to catch this. Now, he say, to my knowledge, Aaliyah was never pregnant. So if it was to his knowledge that she was never pregnant, then he the one who came out and stated that the marriage license was for her. The only reason for the marriage license was to cover up the pregnancy. Do y'all? He said, to his knowledge, Aaliyah was never pregnant, but he said that the marriage license was to cover up the pregnancy. Do y'all hear the discrepancy in this shit? So how could you say she was never, you said to my knowledge, she was never pregnant, but then you come out and tell the world in your book, in these articles, that she was pregnant, and the only way Robert could avoid going to jail was if he married her. What did he say? He called Robert and told Robert that Aaliyah was in trouble and that she was pregnant and he needed to get back to Chicago. And when he got back to Chicago, what did he say? We have a situation. Robert thought if he married her, it would just go away. Robert thought if he married her, it would just go away. But this is testimony. What you see on the screen is from testimony. This, what you see on the screen, is from testimony. He assumed that. This is what he told. This is what Cannick told the government, right? I mean, not Cannick. This is Cannick question here is what Demetrius Smith told the grand jury. So understand this. This question that Cannick asked Demetrius is what Demetrius told to the grand jury. Robert told you Aaliyah might be pregnant. This is what Demetrius testified to the grand jury saying. But on cross-examination, his answer was, that's what I assume. To my knowledge, Aaliyah was never pregnant. Man, these people better stop playing because everybody not letting this shit fly by.
Aaliyah was never pregnant. And we that marriage was later annulled. Another point, though, and one of the biggest points that the defense was able to bring out on cross-examination is Cannick asked the witness on this stand, Robert never had anything to do with your bribing anyone to get a marriage license. And Smith said, that's correct. No, he didn't.
Robert never had anything to do with you bribing anyone to get a marriage license. Smith testified, no, he didn't.
So there is part of that charge that says Kelly had to knowingly and intentionally cause someone to bribe an official in order for it to be proven that there was a bribery. So
how was he charged with bribery? How was Robert charged with bribery? How was he charged with bribery still when the person who was the eyewitness said Robert had nothing to do with it, which only proves that Ann Donnelly was dead ass in on whatever it was that they set out to do with Robert in New York. The jurors and everyone. How could the jurors bring back a guilty count on bribery when the testimony from the eyewitness said that Robert had nothing to do with the bribing of an official? That's when you know the setup. That's how we know the setup was real. The eyewitness who's supposed to have been their eyewitness to this bribery charge testified that Robert had no knowledge of it. How did a grand jury find him guilty of it? How did the grand jury find him guilty on bribery when the eyewitness testified that he had nothing to do with it? And the eyewitness admitted that he was the one, in fact, went and bribed an official. So how was Robert charged with bribing an official?
could be a challenge. But
where does that leave us? Is this just a guy who's got an entourage who's trying to take care of the boss to keep him happy, to keep him safe? Or is R. Kelly the one who can't apparently read or write running a criminal enterprise?
And I think that's the question here. I mean, from what we've seen, we see a lot of evidence not against R. Kelly when it comes to this, but to his associates. And look, it's R. Kelly the one really at the head of this. At least that's what the prosecution.
Now, this man, with this brother down here at the bottom, with the brother next to Steve Greenberg, what he just said made all of the sense. But you still have these other people who just want to place the blame on R. Kelly. But this brother that's next to Steve Greenberg, he said a mouthful just now. Now listen to what this brother just said.
Right, running a criminal enterprise.
And I think that's the question here. I mean, from what we've seen, we see a lot of evidence not against R. Kelly when it comes to this.
He said we see a lot of evidence not against R. Kelly. We see a lot of evidence, but the evidence is not against R. Kelly. We see a lot of evidence, but none of it is against R. Kelly.
R. Kelly when it comes to this, but to his associates. And look, it's R. Kelly the one really at the head of this. At least that's what the prosecution's saying is happening.
And he say, but R. Kelly is the one who's taking the blame. None of the evidence places R. Kelly nowhere. But R. Kelly is the one who's taking the blame. Because the prosecution, the prosecutors, the federal government has gave these associates or witnesses all immunity to get on the stand and have at it.
And I think that's the question here. I mean, from what we've seen, we see a lot of evidence not against R. Kelly when it comes to this, but to his associates. And look, it's R. Kelly the one really at the head of this. At least that's what the prosecution's saying is happening. And so if you have all these other people, all these other actors that are really going outside and doing their own initiative to do whatever they want and, you know, do illegal acts, you know, it's hard to really.
I like what he's saying. All these other people that's going out doing whatever they want, committing these illegal acts, but R. Kelly is the one who's taking the blunt of the responsibility. Woo! This brother said a lot right there.
Here. I mean, from what we've seen, we see a lot of evidence not against R. Kelly when it comes to this, but to his associates. And look, it's R. Kelly the one really at the head of this. At least that's what the prosecution's saying is happening. And so if you have all these other people, all these other actors that are really going outside and doing their own initiative to do whatever they want and, do illegal acts, it's hard to really point the finger at him and say it's all about him, that he's really the ringleader here. And so I think that the state, or sorry, in this case, the federal government is really going to have a hard time with all this coming to light.
Now, what that brother just said, he said, I think the feds, he said, I think they're going to have a hard time trying to bring it to light. Listen to what he said. Listen to what this brother said toward the end of his closing off his statement. Listen to what he said closing off his statement.
And so if you have all these other people, all these other actors that are really going outside and doing their own initiative to do whatever they want and, do illegal acts, it's hard to really point the finger at him and say it's all about him, that he's really the ringleader here. And so I think that the state, or sorry, in this case, the federal government is really going to have a hard time with all this coming to light.
So if other prosecutors are hearing the same things that we are hearing, and they are saying, well, the government is going to have a hard time trying to bring this to light, how in the hell was this man found guilty on unanimous charges? How is this man found guilty just like without a reasonable doubt? These people were listening to the same shit that we were listening to. It's in prosecutor's closing argument, lied and said R. Kelly bribed an official for a fake ID because Aaliyah was pregnant, but their own witness, Demetrius, under oath said she was never pregnant. R. Kelly never told him she was. R. Kelly had nothing to do with the bribery, but he was still charged for it. Lil Mac, you working, Lil Mac? I know Lil Mac can hop on up here. I ain't playing. Not today. Not today. Now listen at this shit.
Clear that I was not about being receptive to him messing with young girls. I always fought when the lines were long and there were young girls. I tried to tell the parents. I tried to tell the record company of the things that I was seeing because I was the first to see. And I didn't see him ever touching the young girls.
I didn't see him ever touching the young girls. Okay.
But his actions in wanting to entertain them was inappropriate to me.
He said, but he wanted to entertain him. But isn't this the same guy who said, hold on, I'm gonna let y'all, hold on. This is how I'm gonna let y'all do. This is how I'm gonna do this. Hold on. What up, Lil Mac?
What's up, man? How y'all doing, man? What's up, big body chat?
Hold on, I got something for his ass. I'm gonna go right here, and I'm gonna show y'all the contradiction in this bullshit. Go ahead, little man. What you think? What you think? How long you been watching, man?
I just tuned in about 20 minutes ago when you was talking about the documentary. Yeah,
Okay.
man, like that wasn't nothing but like a little smear campaign, you know what I'm saying, towards Kev. But at this point, people should like realize, man, what they doing is they instead of going along with the narrative, try to keep this man down, and we ain't having it over here though, man. And for what that man said, the lawyer
Oh, what is?
said.
Yeah. What? Oh, you say what he said?
Yeah, I heard what he said. My thing is, he said that none of these crimes are connected to. He said none of these crimes are connected to R. Kelly, but his associate. But you got nobody as a co-defendant on the case. Make that
Right.
make sense to me. So Judge Adela, she had to know. This lady is a judge. She know the law. She studied the law. She knew that this wasn't a RICO. This wasn't nothing but a opportunity to bring another person down, and so she can capitalize all in the political move. Because if it's easy to see, this lawyer see this right now, she could have easily seen it. She know what was up. And for Demetrius Smith to sit there and say that Cares was entertaining underage girls, but your own sister came out and said you had an underage girl locked up in the closet, and you was messing around with Tiffany Hawkins, allegedly had got a baby by her. It's like that's crazy for this man to come out here and try to say R. Kelly was messing with underage girls, but you know what I'm saying, known for doing this. Yeah, like I seen the other guy, Torre, he on there talking about Kev messing with Aaliyah when he was 27, she was 15, but he got sexual assault charge or something like that.
That's
Yeah,
why
you
I
go along
told
with
people.
Charlamagne God. This motherfucker
Well, I told
raped.
people put them goddamn red flags in there.
I
Put them
said that's
red
crazy.
flags in there.
And then Dame Dash, for him to sit there and try to talk about R. Kelly and Aaliyah, what you were doing when Jay Z was knocking down Foxy Brown when she was 15, and Jay Z was like 26, allegedly. See, the hypocrisy, man, is real. Like everybody got that smoke for Kev, like Cassidy said. The rapper, everybody got that smoke for Kev and claiming he was doing this and that, but ain't nobody got these smoke for these other celebrities. And they quit to bash R. Kelly. You notice they Black somebody like Black, he'll get on there on his platform and talk about the relationship between Fox and Brian and Jay-Z because he know as soon as he open his mouth up against Jay-Z, his ass gonna get canceled. He can do that shit to somebody like R. Kelly and Tyreek, but he don't touch those big fish named black people. He know who to deal with, not to deal with. But I think our brother Tyrese finna get his ass canceled though. Cause Tyrese
I hope we do.
black community loves Tyrese. So Vlad ain't gonna be around too much longer.
Man, you say that motherfucker worth $5 million, but he just $5 million that he didn't got off of black culture.
And he giving motherfuckers $10,000 interview and you worth $5 million. You know our view, every view he gets sponsorship and all that shit. So he bringing in a good little chunk of change off black people. He is a culture vulture. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And the more black people get on, the more they piss me off. I don't even watch Black. I'm like, damn, man, I be looking at YouTube and look at these black. I say, there's so many black people, man, podcasts. These people that go on, they can break bread with like Real Tune the Goon, Art of
Yeah.
Dialogue, man, Corey Holmes, man, y'all can break bread with y'all own people, but y'all ready to go over and Vlad and get 10K and he making $5 million y'all off y'all instead of going on helping the black people come up and break bread with them. This nigga making over $1 million just off a damn interview. Man, Big Buy, you can use that money. We can use that money. If that's simple, they can come over
Yeah.
and do an interview with us. We need that money. No
Yeah,
culture.
I don't even need the money, just the notoriety, man. You know, just
Right.
put the video out there. Yeah, so watch this right here. What I'm finna do. Watch what I'm finna do.
Never. touching the young girls. I tried to tell the record company of the things that I was seeing because I was the first to see. And I didn't see him ever touching the young girls. But his actions in wanting to entertain them was inappropriate to me. So I tried to make that known. And as we went on,
trying to get to the bottom of all the things that's been going on with R. Kelly. And today I have with me Demetrius Smith, and I want him to introduce himself, and then we're going to get this interview going.
Hi, everyone. How you doing? My name is Demetrius Smith. Sometimes I feel ashamed of that because of, the shoes that I've walked in respect to this surviving R. Kelly thing. But I am Demetrius Smith. Hi.
Okay, and explain to everyone what your role was with R. Kelly, what your association with him, how you guys met, how you became his road manager, and things like that.
Well, I met Robert back in 1985. He was about 16 years old at the time. I was a single myself. I helped groom him.
Okay.
I left him in 95. So 85 to 95, my association with him was getting him to the next level. He was always a talented, a writer. He was a writer. He wasn't a performer.
Wait, I'm going to stop you. Something is rattling. I think it's your headphones. So if you can just, while you're talking, lift it away from your shirt. Because when you move any kind of movement, it taps against your shirt and causes it.
Are you hearing it now?
So I'm going to start back. I'm going to reset. How did you guys meet? How did you start working with him? What's your your title associated with him was? Explain that to everybody watching.
I met R. Kelly in 1985 at a talent show at Kenwood Academy. I was doing some videotaping when VHSs first came out. My hustle was to take people doing shows, and nobody had really seen themselves.
So now, hold the fuck up. Hold up, Lil Mac. Did you hear what I just heard? Now, This time, Robert was still goddamn in school. He said he was, in 85, Robert was still in school. What the fuck was Demetrius doing at Kenwood filming, motherfucker?
Robert was
in 85. What was Demetrius doing at Kenwood filming students? Oh my God!
Now not only that, did you hear when he said he left Robert in 95? No, nigga, you got fired in 95 for stealing and for that fake marriage.
But do you hear that, Lil Mac? The man said, listen to what he said. The man said he was up at Kenwood doing these talent shows, bro. You grown as hell. This is 85. R. Kelly's still a kid.
While you're talking, lift it away from your shirt. Because when you move any kind of movement, it taps against your shirt and causes it.
Are you hearing it now?
So I'm going to start back. I'm going to reset. How did you guys meet? How did you start working with him? What's your your title associated with him was? Explain that to everybody watching.
I met R. Kelly in 1985 at a talent show at Kenwood Academy. I was doing some videotaping when VHSs first came out.
He was filming and recording motherfuckers in 85. So now this is finna open Pandora's box to a lot of shit. When we talk about videoing and recording in 1985, this was before Robert even had a dime. And we talk about these videotapes. What was you doing at Kenwood recording talent shows of children for? Another red flag. Johnny, you done fucked up with Big Vile opinion.
Also was to take people doing shows.
Now he taking people. Now Tiffany was supposed to be an artist. All of these chicks was supposed to be artists now. And he trying to call himself a talent scout at the time. So now y'all finna understand how he was able to get to these young girls and sexually assault them. Big Vi gonna break this shit down, bro.
While you're talking, like lift it away from your shirt, because when you move any kind of movement, it taps against your shirt and causes.
Are you hearing it now?
So I'm gonna start back. I'm gonna reset. How did you guys meet? How did you start working with him? What's your your title associated with him was? Explain that to everybody watching.
I met R. Kelly in 1985 at a talent show at Kenwood Academy. I was doing some videotaping when VHSs first came out. My hustle was to take people doing shows, and nobody had really seen themselves on a videotape, so I was taping them and selling them to tape. I saw R. Kelly, and I was an entertainer myself at the time, and he was singing an original song that just had me and my partner just look at each other and say, "Man, that's for you." And I approached Robert after the set, and I introduced myself to him, and from there we began to work together from 85 to 95. Pretty much everything he.
So now, could y'all see? Now I want y'all to type in the chat and say, "I'm following you, Big Vi. I'm following you now." Could y'all see? Do y'all hear how he was able to gain access to these underage girls? He was filming these people at these talent shows, and he said that he was selling them the tape. He was selling them a tape of themselves because they had never seen themselves on film before.
At this time, keep in mind, this time Demetrius Smith was way off up in his 30s.
Way off in his 30s. Now this is the problem, right? So he's telling y'all how he was able to get in touch with a Tiffany Hawkins, a Javante Cunningham. He's letting us understand how he was able to have interaction with these children. And if he's sitting here, this is when VHS first came around. Well, he say these people had never seen themselves on tape before, so I would sell them a copy of a videotape of their recording. So could it have been that he was promising these girls, "Hey, I can make you a superstar. Oh, I'm a talent scout. I work with this record company. I'm working with this record label." A kid, like he said, he already got the one up. They had never seen themselves on a video before. So if he's in there videotaping kids at Kenwood High School and selling them tapes, showing them themselves on video, it's easy that these girls or young girls and guys would gravitate to this guy thinking that he's someone important. Whole time, this dude ain't nothing but a fucking predator. You could have been filming, you could have been somewhere else doing a lot of other shit you could have been doing with your free time besides filming kids at a talent show.
Right. Then the nerve of him say, "Well, I didn't like how Rob was messing with these girls, but you messing with them." This dude right here, man, a trip.
Good evening, nephew. Lil Mac. Well, afternoon. Forgive me, nephew. I was out of it, and I looked on my phone, and when I saw you send me, I said, doggone it. Let me go right in. Hi, everybody in the chat. Blessing to you. Let me say this and give you some content just to think about along your frame of thought, nephew. Me and Kill is a year apart. I'm 60.
born in 66. He's born in 67. So I'm not sure whether or not Kells had finished high school. I'm not gonna get into that. 'Cause I'm not really sure. I don't know if he went to another one. Honestly, I thought I heard back then that he had went to Hyde Park High School and finished. I don't know. But anyway, he would have finished high school in 85. Now,
Okay.
what month, I'm not quite sure. He would have graduated because I would have been class of 84 based on our year. I was class of 84, but I went to another facility and did some other stuff, went another direction. But he would have graduated in 85. So I don't know if that helps along your train of thought.
Oh yeah, it is. Because in my train of
Yeah, he
thought
supposed to
is
graduate in 85, but in the solar coaster book I read, he dropped out. He probably
Right,
going back to those shows for
right,
Lena McGlynn. No, he would
right,
still go back to school, you know what I'm saying, with Lena McGlynn, 'cause Lena McGlynn was his pastor also.
right.
Yeah, so, yeah, Cass dropped out. He started going down to the L and started singing then.
Yeah,
Around by that time.
yeah. I listened to Dottie do that whole book and everything, and I skimmed through it a little bit myself because I bought it off Amazon. But I can't even remember that stuff, man. That book is so thick. But yeah, you spot on, little man. So just to give a train of thought for what you were saying, yeah, that's so. So
so he come in 85. Kel's still a
yeah,
kid. You know
right.
what
Well,
I'm saying?
yeah, he's been like about 17, 18. Yeah, right in there. About 8, yeah, probably about 18, right in there. Yeah, because his birthday is in January, so yeah. So
Right.
he'd have been, yeah. So yeah,
And even
that's so long. I got math on that.
and even with this, even with his story, because we still have to do the timeline and the shit that we can't even trust the years that this man even speak on because he do so much lying, because you still gotta go back to the Venice Beach days, all these times, you know what I'm saying, before R. Kelly became all the shit that he talked about happening before he became a superstar or before he got a deal, So all
Like,
of the time,
like,
all of the things that he talk about transpire in between. So it possibly Johnny could be lying when he say 85.
yeah, he was 19. He was 19 in 85. Yeah,
So Johnny got to be lying.
yeah.
He could have been.
When I was
This could
20.
have been before then. He
Yeah,
just put 85 in it because it bringing the age up of the kids that or the people that he was recording to try to make it seem like it was something else. But come on, man, a talent show. You going to a talent show? Most of these talent shows were fucking probably kids maybe in between about
freshmen. Yeah,
yeah.
freshmen
You
to
know what I'm saying? They ain't no goddamn adults.
yeah, freshmen to seniors. Freshmen to seniors. They had a lot of talent shows back then. During that time, there was a lot of those talent shows. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But I still remember my music teacher was Miss Mac. That was her name, Miss Metcalf.
Mm-hmm. But
Yeah.
and then this brother right here, Demetrius Smith, with his background, this
Yeah, Swindler.
motherfucker
I
should have
told
been
you.
allowed at no school. He should have been allowed on no school property at all.
Yeah, he was a Swindler.
Because
Remember,
his criminal career didn't just start when he met R. Kelly.
no, he was. He told you, nephew. He was hustling. He was always.
He was already fucked up.
Remember on the laugh? I told you. He always been a hustler in survival mode. He was always on the list.
And he say his partner, and he speaks of a partner. Who could his partner have possibly been?
Oh man, they don't tell us who that was back then. I don't, man. Probably some partner from the hood, from this neighborhood, some
Probably
person
the one that did that
that ran. You know, everybody got a partner in crime. You know what I mean? Everybody got a partner in crime. So remember, I told you on that 24-hour live part 4. I told you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
When I spoke about him, he was a street hustler. He was always in some, you know what I mean, some mess, man. He was always, that's just his ammo. It's all over. It's every time he speaks, it's reeking up. He a shady dude, man. He's shady. He grimy. He ain't got no moral compass. You know what I mean? He was on that dope. You know what I mean? Stealing, doing all types of
Yeah,
business stuff. So
Yeah,
you
he
run
been
into Kev. That was the worst thing that happened to Kev early on.
he
Running into
said
that
that.
junk.
I agree with that. Running into Demetrius Smith was the worst thing happened. Cause like I say, man, Demetrius had a good way of getting these young girls, to gravitate towards him. I'm recording y'all. Look, man, I'm a talent scout. Anything these young girls thinking they finna get on, and he get them somewhere, and next thing you know, he having sexual relationships with them, you
Right.
know, and boom, now all of a sudden you get your artist like R. Kelly under your belt, and you
Yeah.
want these girls to
You
come
the
back
gold,
to
man.
him.
You the
But
struck
this is what
gold.
I'm saying. If you go back and listen to this now, I was trying to get to the point of him saying that when he did this interview with Toxic Diamond, he said R. Kelly was shy, didn't like to he was shy. He would have to he made like he would have to do most of the talking for him and shit because he used to shy away from people because how he used to get picked on. But then you turn around here saying that R. Kelly would play with how he was playful and doing certain things. You like this dude, like he from one interview to the next interview, he gives you a different goddamn the same time frame, but a different perspective.
But he's in his late teens. Who you know in their late teens and how they are like that? You still trying to find your identity, know who you are. You still in that group. You know what I mean? So he takes things, man, and he like I said, bro. The dude, I didn't know people like this nephew by
Yeah.
coming up in the hood. I know they grimy, they real dangerous, they real slick, they real cunning. You know what I'm saying? He a hustler, man, so he know how to maneuver. He sly with his words. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, I done seen that with my own eyes. I done witnessed this, man. I done come up in the hood, man, and I know he one of them. He just one of them, man. It's reeking of him. Every time I hear him talk, man, he's reeking of him. And only those who've grown up and been around and had your uncle or your big cousin, hey, stay away from dude. Dude ain't no good.
Right.
Dude grimy, he real low down, he's shady, he real nickel slick. You know, that's him. That's him. And then to team up with a Barry Hankerson, then turn around and then get a doggone Cheryl Mack. Wow.
Man.
That was it. We didn't need nobody else. That was it.
He was living with Barry Hankins in California. That's Barry Hankins, little buddy, little yes man.
Trio right. That was the trio right there. All three of them. All three of them. My Birdman voice.
Let's see what else this dude. Listen to this fool, man.
What's going on, chat? What's going on, chat?
Touching the young girls, but his actions in wanting to entertain them was inappropriate to me. So I tried to make that known. And
So how can a man say that a person who's interacting with girls that are in his age range is being inappropriate when you in fact have children? When your sister say you 39 years old had a baby by a girl that was 15, man. But you want to talk about you can see inappropriate shit, but you can't see your own actions. You gotta be a damn fool, man.
We just got on some freaky stuff that somebody just put in the chat with Toxic Diamond. He's still on that freaky shit.
After he married Aaliyah, I did get the license. I did that. I didn't forge it myself, but I walked her into places that gave her IDs. And I did that because Robert was told that he had to do this to save himself from jail. I've been with him from 85.
Like I just said earlier, this dude say Robert was told he had to do this to save himself from jail. If you came and lied and told the public that Aaliyah was allegedly pregnant and Robert had to marry her in order for her to give an abortion, you sound like a damn fool. And why would somebody go out and commit another crime to cover up a crime? Make this shit make sense.
Right. It would make sense if they would have just got the abortion and skipped the marriage. If you trying to get a marriage to get an abortion, you ain't doing nothing but leaving a paper trail for your own self. So either way it goes, you gonna be goddamn locked up, either for marrying her and for getting the damn abortion. No, that's stupid.
But there's people out here that listen to this shit and they believe it without question, bro. There's people out here that's listening to this shit that believe it without question.
See, people don't think. They like to run with narratives. See, they ain't got their think caps on like me and you and Uncle Muse do.
But then he testified under oath that Aaliyah was never pregnant. So if the marriage was only to cover up the pregnancy, then if he testified that she was never pregnant, which only to me says that a marriage never happened.
Right. And they don't understand though how the judge allowed these people to be saying this stuff and they intertwining nothing to connect to chaos. So hopefully this situation right here will be another part that will help him in this appeal and get it overturned. I hope if gentlemen can squeeze this in some type of way. I know when you go for the appeal, you gotta look at the what was wrong, what wrongfully did to cause a conviction. But right here, man, these witnesses, man, every witness in that New York stand, like they testimony, they contradict themselves. Right here, back.
But that's why that attorney said at the end of that last video that all of this shit that took place and all these actions that were taken from the entourage, it doesn't place R. Kelly involved in any of it.
Right, they were saying that on Court TV. Whatever people were talking on Court TV, man, I was thinking chaos gonna come on. It's that jury selection and that judge, man, that got that case overturned because it obviously them people came in there with that documentary on their mind, man. Like for real, because there's no way.
But not only that though, man. If like in the last clip I showed, Demetrius Smith testified that he bribed an official. He testified that R. Kelly had nothing to do, did not know. He said R. Kelly ain't know or have nothing to do with the bribing of an official. How in the fuck was he charged with bribing an official?
Help me understand that one. Help me understand that one.
He was the eyewitness to put this story together, right? They say testimony is evidence. So why did they use the evidence that he testified to say, well, you know what? We can't charge him with bribery unless the judge herself, Ann Donnelly, said, I don't care what the jury say, I'm going to charge him with this.
Right. And now he take along to that. And you got this man right here who got immunity, who knew what was going on. Robert wasn't even aware. He bribed the government official to obtain a marriage license. And y'all ain't even give him a charge. That's ridiculous. But y'all want one person to go down for all this? That's crazy.
Let me say this, little Matt. Let me say this. Let me bring this back full circle. And nephew, I know you got a lot. You're doing a lot, but the chat is on point, man. They making some good observation and key point. The chat is in it on business. But let me take us back full circle. Nephew said it the other day. You've been saying it a number of lives. Let's get just back to the beginning. This is the 2008 case all over again. I had other platform, and I'm not gonna say the name because I highly respect them and like their platform, but I'm not gonna say the name. And I was listening to one of their live. This is a little while back, and they were saying, "No, it's not double jeopardy because of this." And this is somebody we highly recommend. And from the observation, what you said was pretty much on point. I said, just watching the video, just sitting in my crib, I said, I disagree with that. I don't care how you phrase this, how you act. This is the 2008 case. But what they did, nephew, after that case, I don't know how many years to date, the month, but I think you've mentioned that number of times. I don't know how soon they started, nephew, but I think immediately after that, all the way up to, you follow me?
Right.
What, 2017, 18? Well,
2018.
his last album he did was the Buffet album, correct? Was it 2015? Was that his last album he did?
From 2018, 2016.
Right. You see, you follow what I'm saying, nephew? You see all the time because you had to take that much time. Because look at everything that we see. Chat, I know you follow my train of thought. And please help us in the chat with my train of thought as I'm speaking. It didn't matter what this person said, it really didn't matter. That helped on their side, the prosecution. But all we need is a physical body. That's it. That's all we need. We just need you to get up. And we're going to twist the law in such a way that even your testimony can be evident. Whether we know what you said, the grand jury was totally out in that field. All we need you to do is just get up there. We just need in other words, we just need a participant.
That's why they made it federal, because on the state level, they would have had to prove they can't.
Yes, talk to me, nephew. Go ahead and finish my train of thought, nephew. I yield back to you.
It's a reason why they wanted this case to go federal, because on federal, all they need is somebody to come in and corroborate the story. They don't have to have the physical evidence. On the state level, they would have had to have physical evidence. Clear,
right. They only going by hearsay. Yeah.
Right.
You see how cunning they did it, how clever they do it. They play a dirty game, man. When I say they play a dirty game, they the mastermind of manipulation. They're wordsmiths. They word players, leave it to say. So you get a docu-series, but before you get a docu-series, you get a bogus book, and from a book you get a, you know what I mean, docu-series. And what you do is paint. You mess with the mind. You manipulate the minds. That's the whole tragedy about a lot of people who watch that mess and then went on after that and say, yes, he's guilty on that, instead of using their thinking and their personal research and standing back and asking questions. You know how dangerous that is, look, Matt, to be so easily swayed like that. And not just in this case, you know what I mean? Not just this scenario, but just in life, period. You know how dangerous that is to not be able to think for yourself and observe. I yield back to nephew, I rely on observation and deductive reasoning, aka common sense, which Mr. Kelly said. Just use your common sense, use your cognitive thinking. Just observe and sit back in the cut and ask questions. You know what I mean? Try to. I don't get it. The human mind. I don't get us, nephew. I don't get it, and that's why our culture suffers the way it does. We will not think for ourselves. We will not challenge our brain and stretch ourselves. We upgrade technology. We invest in iPhones. Nothing wrong with iPhones in and of themselves. We get new cars. We get improvement on our house. We do all of that. But we will not get in personal development to stretch the mind and unlock, you know what I mean? And really the way we think that we've been influenced by our family tree, bloodline. A lot of stuff might not be incorrect. They did the best they knew how, with what they understood, with where they're at. It was just only to get you started. And you just build from there. Sometimes you have to go back and question the method that was taught you, the certain things that was shared with you. You store them, but you can't let that be the end all be all. You know what I mean? One, you discover more things and understand things a little bit more clearer. You follow what I'm saying, nephew? I yield back.
Oh yeah, we getting you on. But not only that, man, he was done dirty in Chicago. I know everybody want to say, well, the state case and the federal case, that's two different things. Well, check this out. On the state case back in 2008, he was charged with a child pornography, right? I think with 13 or 14 counts. He was acquitted on all those counts, right? So they bring it back up in 2019 saying that he obstructed justice. But in the federal court case, he was just acquitted of obstruction. So basically, that lets you know the
It's the
man
same case.
won his trial. It's the same case, and he won his trial fair and square. So he shouldn't even charged back in Chicago. Every like this, that shit right there alone. When he got acquitted with obstruction, that should have been the end of it because he already won the case back in 2008.
Right.
Now,
See,
nephew, let me ask
people only
you.
want to bring up and say it's not double jeopardy because it exposes their narrative. So they're gonna say, "Oh, it's not," but you can't say that it's not because what they did was they elevated the case from a state to a federal case, so they didn't have to prove with evidence. They just get somebody like Unc say they just need a corroborator to get on the stand and say this happened.
And that's how they bring the RICO in, nephew.
Yeah.
The federal case, rise into the federal case, and then knowing the dynamics of the RICO, wow, that was some trickery.
It was creative,
evil,
but it was very
evil,
creative.
Yeah, it was some evil. I'm saying it's some evil, twisted, demonic, real wickedness. Because you got to be that in your whole heart and your mind to do something like this. To take the very law that you should be upholding to the fullest for the American people, for what's right, and because of the hatred in your so-called career advancement and material and money and network of influence and power and all of that, you take a person's life and play with it by taking the very law that's supposed to be the fabric of our society.
Right, and then the people that are supposed to be upholding the law, they the ones breaking the law. Right now, yeah, anybody that can be charged with a RICO, you can charge anybody with a RICO and get away with all they got to do is get some fools in there like Demetrius Smith, strong on them, threaten them, and say, hey, if you don't say this and that, we gonna take you to jail. That's how the fans win, man. That's how they get a high conviction rate.
They get you on a crime unit committee, and they tell you, look, you can face 20 years or you can cooperate and she go home today.
And check this out, Big Boy. And then you would fight it. You probably wouldn't even be facing those 20 years. You probably get five or 10 at the most. God damn.
What?
That makes you say, God damn.
That's why you do that, nephew. You get a shot. Yeah, that's a I don't even know the word that should be used for this lady, man. See, she's whoo, man. Woo, Jezebel spirit to the highest degree. Woo, witchcraft, man, at its finest.
Man, that's all that like you to get a straight jacket, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah. But that's what I see. And so I'm trying to find this. This is my question I've been wrestling with. I don't know if I've just been missing it, nephew. We've been talking about it. It ain't been clicking. Okay. It's got to be a little bit more depth to them feeling some type of way about the 2008 trial being totally acquitted. I guess we gotta, I don't know if we need to back up a little bit because we know it comes down to the, but I guess we just underestimating how desperate and how wicked and how cunning they had it out for this man for what his achievement, you know what I mean, his catalog. But I guess that all ties into people not understanding how this industry is set up and how it works and how it's designed. And really, once you sign into that, you already done lost. Because once you find out everything, you know, a part of that you didn't realize that, it's like you bound, you stuck, you trapped. You know what I mean? You stuck. You know what I mean? What do I do? You know, they try to take me to court from reneging on my what I'm supposed to fulfill in my contract agreement. Then what do I do? You see what my thought at, nephew? You know, so I gotta say this. I gotta put this out. I gotta do. I make this,
I
and at
mean,
the same time, I'm still trying to get away from this. But how do I? That's a hard, space. You follow what I'm at, nephew?
most definitely. Because like they say, well, when you sign that contract, you give them, you give them people creative control over what you put out, what you do. I mean, they build your image pretty much like I was saying earlier when I was speaking on the Aaliyah situation. Aaliyah wouldn't be Aaliyah if it wasn't for R. Kelly. Not saying she wouldn't have made it in the music industry eventually, but R.
Right.
Kelly was able to take her, create an image, create a sound, and make her the face of female artists in R&B at that time. And
Give
what
her a head
he did
start
was
and give her a good jump start. He gave her a good
he
jump
gave
start.
her, instead of her taking the stairs, she took the
Right.
elevator.
Right.
So
That's it. That's it,
and with
nephew.
with that being said, instead of Barry giving R. Kelly his giving R. Kelly his dues for what he done and what he created with Aaliyah, Barry tried to take R. Kelly out of the picture.
Right.
Tarnish
Right.
R. Kelly,
Right.
tear him down,
Right.
but he didn't understand that
Right.
you can't break what you didn't make. R. Kelly was R. Kelly before he came to you, Barry.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
God ordained R. Kelly to be who he was. Well, ain't nobody in this world could take this man's gift away but God.
Right. Right.
Just
See,
like
that's the thing with deception, nephew. You don't see it. You can't comprehend it. When you're under the deception like that, nephew, it don't register because you're in darkness. You're in darkness. You're in a dark place, and your whole concept of thought, your whole spirit is dark. So you don't comprehend none of that you just said.
No.
That's the dangerous about being in darkness and being you.
Aaliyah was a no artist. He created and made into somebody.
Right.
But this man was able to go take artists who was already successful and reinvent them, elevate them past the level of stardom that they already was.
Now, nephew, pin that right there. Pin that right there. Now, how can that draw envy? In the words of Boosie Bad, hypnotized with hatred, because not all people gonna celebrate you. Not all people gonna be happy for what you. You follow what I'm saying? Some people might be saying
what Barry did. Barry he tried to destroy R. Kelly by using Aaliyah, that nobody would gravitate towards R. Kelly. But the God in R. Kelly was able to hold R. Kelly down and keep R. Kelly going. Despite what Barry and them tried to do. And guess what? Motherfuckers started needing R. Kelly to be relevant. R. Kelly, hey man, and then like when you hear Ron Isley say, he stopped me. Hey man, I got something I want to do. My mama liked y'all. My mama loved y'all. I got this song for you. Everybody knew who Ron Isley was, but Mr. Big is way bigger than Ron Isley would ever be.
See, then that's another thing. Now, that's why none of these so-called celebrities speaking up on this man's behalf, because they breed envy. They jealous of this man. They couldn't do what he did. They couldn't write, produce, and stay relevant for 30 years. Look at all those singers from back when Robert first started off. These motherfuckers, they doing tours of songs they had back in the 90s. R. Kelly can come back home, write a hit, and he could be right back on top just like that. Like Pac says, success breeds envy. And that's what a lot of these people got of him. They jealous of this man. Like somebody like Barry Hankerson, that would never thought that R. Kelly could wise up and leave him. So being a cocky individual, a grimy individual, he would never think R. Kelly would wise up and fire him.
But
so
the thing was, though, Lil Mac, with that, the thing was with that. But do you see where the animosity come in at? You try to make R. Kelly not marketable again in the music industry with this scandal. This scandal was supposed to kill the R. Kelly name, brand, image, likeness, everything. But they didn't understand, man. When you go against God, God will use the same thing, the same tools that y'all take to kill him with. to recreate this person and make him greater than you ever, and you will have to sit back and watch the success of this person.
Mm-hmm.
Barry, Demetrius, Sparkles, all of these people, they did not want to see R. Kelly successful after the point of him working and leaving them and saying, I don't want to do nothing else with you. You try to tarnish somebody's reputation. Have you ever tried to kill a waltz or a roach or something? And you're like, damn, I done smacked this thing. And then you look back, it's the same thing come back. I just smacked this waltz and I thought I killed it, but the motherfucker come back and sting you. Because you thought you killed. What Barry and them did, they thought they killed R. Kelly's reputation with these scandals, with these rumors, with these lies. And then they look back up on the TV stream. You remind me of Majid. Goddamn, he back. I believe I can fly. He back. What the hell? We thought he was done. But guess what, man? That's just like Jesus, man. When they went back to check underneath that rock to see was he still there, like, oh, this he gone.
He can roll.
He didn't. He gone. Where he go? I know we killed him. This is what Barry and Demetrius they thought they had ended R. Kelly's career with these scandals. No other artist in the industry has went through the scrutiny, has been scrutinized the way that this. They castorized this man in the public.
Yeah. And so, and through the hype and through the storm, all this man has sold over 75 million records. And the only two people that did that and broke that record is one or two I know for touch, Tupac and Whitney Houston.
How, bro? Now and now they coming out with a doc. Let me say, now this special that they running on Aaliyah, I would have been way more appeased with it if it just showed. Why don't y'all put out a special that shows this young lady achievements, everything that she was able to achieve in her young life? But instead, y'all want to come out using this same smearing shit like Lifetime. But understand, Kanye West told us yesterday, ABC, who are these networks controlled by?
And you know it's coming out right upon this appeal process going along too. They picked the right time to make it come out too. They know what they be doing, man.
Man, I'm telling y'all, man, all of us over here understand. All of us over here see what's going on. And like I say, I say it all the time. If I'm coming out, if I'm doing a live and this live say fuck somebody or calling somebody out their names or disrespect beefing, this live will be having 100, 200 people in here. But when you talk about real shit, people they tend to not want to listen in. They tend to not want to hit that like button. They tend to not want to come in and speak to you because you know what? Because those are the people who are here orchestrating and keeping the bullshit going.
Yep.
See, when you talking about shit like this, when you breaking down shit like we breaking down today, shit like this should be all through the algorithm because this is great content. This is educational understanding, how you take this and put shit into perspective. This is the type of shit that should be getting the views. But you know what? When you talk about the truth is going to always move a little slower than the lie. But one thing about that lie, it's going to eventually die down. And the truth is going to come right past it. So, guess what? I'm going to pace myself and you can run all out. All these people, the bullshit can run full speed and I'm going to pace myself. I understand that this race that we're in is not for the fastest, but it's the most who has the most endurance.
Yeah, who
right. The rabbit was fast, but who won the race? The toys won the race, right? All right then.
That's some good points. You highlighted one thing you did say, nephew, that really I think and not just me, but JT, all of us really speak on You got to have a heightened sense of awareness for you as a human being, man, just as a person. Why are you here? Where did you come from? What's your purpose here? Where you going? You know what I mean? If I every waking day I determine what it is I want, what it is that I want in my marriage, what it is that I want in my relationship with my kids, what is it I want in my relationship with my siblings, with my parents, with my colleagues, with my neighbors. You know, what am I gifted at that I can share with the world that impact them? You know what I mean? And then I can make me a nice living. And then once you get that plan, once you figure that out, and those steps it takes to do that, every waking moment for the rest of your natural life, you should be waking up and going after. And you're trying to be the best human that you could possibly be. However, if you don't have the ability to self assess and always evaluate where you at, what's happening, where you going, you know, and deal with your issues, you know what I mean? And be able to take ownership and accountability. If you not able to do that, or you choose not to do that, and you want to stay in victim mode, you want to stay in resentment, you want to stay in unforgiveness, you know what I mean? Those are dark places that the enemy traps the human mind and isolates you from being able to do anything. And then a lot of times, it's not so much forgiveness from someone else. A lot of times, we don't have the ability, nephew, and I'm going to get back on this and let it breathe. We don't have the ability to go in the bathroom, look in the mirror, and forgive that person. So we walk around and hurt. Everything we touch, we poison and we destroy. When you in that type of thought process, when you in that type of mode like that, you can easily be manipulated and swayed because you want someone else to feel the pain that you're dealing with instead of doing whatever it takes to get yourself free. And no, the first thing I got to do is forgive myself. I got to love myself enough to say, yes, I did make that mistake. Yes, I did that. But I apologize to myself. I can do better. What are the steps and parameters that I have to guard and be alert on from now? When you moving like that, man, because I'm able to detect foolery. I'm able to detect nasty, deceptive, evil trickery. But if I just want to have unforgiveness and let it fester and grow, deep seated root, and that hurt, that pain, that you think another person stopped your ability to succeed.
Right. The first step of change.
Not only forgive that person, but forgiveness really, when you really get down to it, is not so much about the other person. Really true forgiveness is for you to get the power back in your own life so you can move forward. So it can stop holding you like a bookmark in life. Because in that space, in that unhealthy space that you're in, you able to be easily swayed and manipulated and used as an evil agent. And that's what you see around you like that. So we have to be able to call that out, in other words. Shed light on that, what we're doing. We're not trying to throw nobody on the bus or say you are that. No, your character, something has to click off in your mind. You're still a human. Christ that still died for you. There's still hope. But at the same time, we have to call it out because stuff can only hide if you don't put the light on it. You have to put the light on it. You have to keep on holding up the standard. You have to hold up the morals. You have to always hold up the integrity. What the law says, show the receipt. You got to kill it with that. You overcome evil with goodness. I yield back.
And that's a fact. That's a fact, man. You have to. You don't forgive others. You forgive yourself. You know, you got to forgive yourself to forgive others. And move on from that situation because you hold on to things. The more you hold on and harbor things in your heart, it only affects you. It only stresses you out. It only makes your heart weaker. So if you want to be the best version of yourself, you must free and forgive Not only others, forgive yourself for holding whatever that grudge may have been. You know, and in life is, and this thing about life is hard, you know, because people do things to you as an individual that you don't agree with, and it may seem hard to do. It may seem hard to look past. It may seem hard to look over, but at the same time, you know, as long as you understand where your strength come from, where your life come from, you know, you gotta always put yourself first. You know, I can't run around and roam around thinking about the next person. I can't come on here when I come on here and do my commentary. I can't be worried about what's going on the what's going on in the other people. Shit, you know, I'm gonna speak my mind. I'm gonna say what I say, and I'm gonna keep on going, bringing this good positive content. You know, I can sit up here and say, well, I know controversy sells, so let me be controversial. Do I want to bring controversy over here in the mix of a message that I'm trying to make or trying to get out that's important for the world to hear? No. I understand that, guess what? As long as I stay steady at this race and at this pace that I'm going, eventually everything that's meant to happen is going to happen. One day I'm going to wake up and it's going to be something going to be that took place, you know, that I just never imagined seeing. And guess what? I'm going to be able to come on this platform and share with you guys and say, because of us and everything that we do, and us staying true to what we do, staying patient in what we do, God allowed this to happen. You know, we waiting. We in the waiting game right now. Jennifer Bunjean, she's back on Twitter. She's been active on her Twitter. If y'all haven't been over there, y'all not following her on Twitter, make sure y'all get over there and follow her. She's been putting out messages. So look, go and check out the messages she's been putting out. Decipher the messages as you may please. You know, but one thing we understand is that we still have a fight ahead of us. And shout out to Jennifer Bunjean and her law group, because the numbers that she's producing over there is real. I mean, every week it looks like she got an overturned conviction or a retrial going on. You know, man, the lady, her law firm is good. I like that sense of humor. They down to earth personality, and man, that's that. I mean, what more can you ask for? You know, I would love someone to represent me that care to be represent me versus represent me because they need the money.
Right. You'll never see it at a job. If you go into a job just to get paid, you gotta love your career and what you want to do. That would make the job more smooth and more easy. You ain't gonna never, you know what I'm saying, enjoy life if you just going doing something for the money. Money always come and go, but you gotta do something that you like, that's something that inspires you, that motivates you to keep you moving throughout the day, throughout the week. You just can't go anywhere, just do anything for money, because if that's the case, you could be out selling dope doing that. You know what I'm saying? People don't like to do that, but they, you know, they'll do that to get money. But money ain't always, you know what I'm saying, the key to everything to your success. It's people with millions of dollars, they stressed out, worried about stuff too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, man. And it's just, you know, one of them cases, man. I saw this special, Aaliyah special, was brought up to me on the last live that we did, and I finally went and found the trailer. And when I found the trailer to it, I was able. And when I looked at it, you know, first thing I noticed right off, you got Barry Hankerson, Dame Dash. What's the other guy that was in it from MTV? Uh, Torre. Red flags.
That clown.
Red flags all over the place. And
you see what they're doing, though, nephew. You see what they're doing. This is not a coincidence.
But they also using Aaliyah mother, saying that Aaliyah family is bringing this documentary out. Well, we all understand Aaliyah family doesn't even deal with Barry, so How is the Aaliyah family bringing this documentary out? And then
Barry bringing that documentary out.
yeah, that's Barry. That's why I named it Barry cashing in on his niece again.
Look at what I see, nephew. Look at what I see. We done spoken a lot of time, but I think people have missed it. We do not comprehend fully the power that we have. We don't get it. We don't get it, but they do, and we all know who they are. I'm not going to even go into all of that. Just use your common sense and no disrespect, but they study. Remember what Nisi Mo said the other day? I've been thinking about that and musing in my mind about that. I'm like, wow, that was so powerful what he said. How they study us, man. You know what I mean? But also, we study one another to keep each other down and tear each other down. That's that slave mind.
But I said
the other way, you can tell me, explain it to me, nephew.
I said it a while back.
That Willie Lynch slave mentality is still breathed throughout our family tree and our bloodline and our community. It's still strong on us. He said, if implemented correctly, the method that I have in this bag, as he was coming into town, he told his colleague, he said, implemented correctly, we can control the Negro slave for thousands of generations, and ancient Rome would envy us.
You just getting up?
You follow what I'm saying, nephew?
Yeah, people gotta get out that slave mentality. As long as we
embedded.
We ain't gonna accomplish nothing and get ahead of nothing. Nowhere.
And that's how they manipulate it and use, and they're still using the same method. It's the same play. Help me out, Lex. It's the same play that they're using.
But I told you a while back ago, I say, man, as a black person, when you come out the womb, you become a part of a statistic. You go into a demographic. You go onto a pie chart, and they say you're going to be one of how many? You know what I'm saying? Gonna go to jail, end up dead, whatever. You know, you are, man, we don't stand a chance divided
Like
the way that we are.
it's a setup. Like Pac said in his first album, it's a setup. I'm trapped.
You know, in order for us to overcome this shit, we're gonna have to stop. We're gonna have to stop competing with each other.
Man, now if you say that again, woo, man.
The competition gonna have to stop being about shit. Unc got that new truck. Lex got a new house. Lil Mac got goddamn me $100 million. How you get it? Nah, man. If Unc got a new truck, I need to be asking Unc, man, how you get it?
That's it.
Lex, how you get that new crib, man? Look, I'm working over here at Walmart, man. Lil Mac, how you get $1 million, man? I need put me on. I'm willing to work. I'm willing to ask, but now you got people who ain't willing to ask. They want to take it. Then
you can't
if I take it, how can I? If I take $1 million, right? Hold on. If I take $1 million from Lil Mac and I never have $1 million in my life, how can I sustain that $1 million? I'm probably gonna be broke sooner than later because I done took some I ain't never had. I ain't had to work for it. I'm out here fucking doing I'm buying Rolls Royce, Bentley, mansions. I'm doing shit that I just. How do you sustain the wealth? I mean, we gotta be willing to sit down and talk and educate ourselves, ask the questions, man, instead of being haters, man. Look, man, I'm proud of anybody that's having success, man. If you can help me have it, man, I'm willing to listen, man. Yeah. And I understand it's gonna be a different road for each individual person, but you gotta be willing to travel down your own road to success and not try to get on somebody else's, because when they on their road, you don't know how much traffic coming in their direction.
Right.
Right.
Some people road to success is clogged all the fuck up.
let me say this to bring Lex in. Lex. I want you to come in after I say this.
We ain't got. Hey, look, we gonna be wrapping it up soon because my
Okay.
brother just came. I gotta drop my brother off back across town.
Okay.
So we're gonna be wrapping it up because I don't want to have Mott too late. He got to go to work.
Right.
Go ahead,
Yeah. Now you see why I like the movie South Central. You know what I mean? You told Ray. I told the man once in prison that I will save my son's life, even if it costs my life. I'm ready to die here today, Ray, for my boy, because I love him. Do you love him? You said out there that you owe me. All I want is my boy. All I'm trying to do is give him something you or I never had. A father. Son, if you hit a man in his face, in time, his wounds will heal, and later on, you can apologize to that man. If you still a man good, you can return those goods or repay him in equal value. But if you kill, there is no later on. There is no way to repay it with that man or his family. His life is gone forever. You never come back from that. Leading up to Father's Day. That's why it's an attack on the family, especially the black man and brown man in the family. It's a trick. It's a deception. And we have to, those who are awakening, no matter how hard it is, no matter what the challenge, no matter what the trickery and the distractions that they keep throwing at us, we must cement ourselves even more so and solid, because it is critical for all those single fathers and fathers that's doing the kid to get the bad rep. We must stand solid ground. Those uncles, those mentors, it's critical because it is an attack. Because when you remove him out of that, the young boys grow up in a direction, the young girls grew up in a direction, and you see it in this sector. This man, throughout all his career, all his life, all the tragedy that had to kill, the absence of his father, all of that, it was something that God put inside of him that helped him still maneuver through all the adversity. And he really reached out to save a lot of women and how to help and bless a lot of individuals. We look at what it cost him. Oh, that wasn't even worth it. No, that is the reason why he's able to stand the way he's standing. And sometimes things like this must happen, not probably to that degree, so that you can step back and reevaluate and shift in another direction. You know what I mean? And then you can be able to knock all the stuff and just knock everything that's off you. Cut everything loose. Change that, sweep everything away and all of that. And then you see what you got left. And that's what I see that's really about. Yeah, it's about his catalog and you know what I mean, feeling some type of way about you. But it's to remove that man out the dynamics of his family. That's what we should be speaking on more so. Because I see these millennials, I'm around DJs, I'm around individuals, and all I see is brokenness and pain and hurt and anger. Not understanding how to process why my daddy here, what happened to me. And that's why I like that movie. OG Bobby Johnson is in the black man's cycle of hate that we must address and flush out. Otherwise, we're gonna be exterminated. You see it every day. Information changes the situation. Information changes the situation. You're back, nephew.
All right, brothers, how y'all doing?
What's up, Lex?
I'm gonna add a little bit to what you said. First of all, How's everybody doing in the chat?
Bless.
Blessings. All right. I just want to say, once again, the media has manipulated the minds of people who are broken, who are hurt. And all I have to say is, do not allow yourself to download the negativity that they're putting out. I mean, this goes for people who stand against chaos or who are with chaos. Don't allow the media to keep downloading all the false narratives they're putting out, because they've done it to our musicians back in the past. All of our past musicians, they've done the same thing. They told us something, or told some of us things that some of us believe, but people with a like minds, we do a little bit more digging than just the people who just listen to what goes on in the media. I mean, do your due diligence. Go ahead and dig a little bit more and check into what the situation is, rather than just listen to the media. Because Malcolm X said it best. They have the people thinking that you're the victim when you, or they have you thinking you're the enemy when you are the victim, and then they'll flip it around. So just do a little bit more digging and do your due diligence. Don't just believe what they say. I mean, we're not saying uh, not to listen to the media, but also we're saying listen to what they're saying and do your research. Do it a little bit thoroughly, and then just not just listen to everything they're saying, because they're known to put a little false truths in there, or throw a little curveball at you, then have you thinking one way. Then 2 or 3 years later, it comes out that, oh, they were wrong all along. Then they got to try to soften the blow by saying, well, this is what really happened along the way. It didn't happen like that. And we've seen that happen in the past. Too many people are getting out of jail on technicalities that the government hid from us along the way, which we already know what's going on in Kale's case and Bill Cosby's case. But just do a little bit more digging. Don't just believe what they're saying, because they've shown that they like to sit on their hands, but they always want to do devious things in the process. So we got to always remember that. And for those who are broken and hurt, I'm sorry that you're broken and hurt, but you can't just put the blame on somebody else who didn't have anything to do with it. You got to find out, why are you broken and hurt? Find out what the reason is, and then get yourself some help. So don't go bashing one man or somebody else behind your pain and your sorrow. Go get help. And that's my thought on everything, man. And thank you for letting me come on, man, and speak my piece. But it just upsets me how we let the media allow other people to download false things and they run with it. They got to do a little bit more digging. So I'm gonna yield back and let y'all go ahead and close it out.
What up, my brother Vibe? What up, Lex? What up, Unc?
What up, man?
What's up? Now I just tapped in, just feel me. I ain't gonna lie, I
What-
woke up pretty late. I got in from work mad late, so I saw the thing. I woke up at 2:45, so I seen the live. I said, let me just tap in just to say what's up to y'all and everything, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I woke up late and it already had been started. I said, "Oh shucks, doggone it."
Well, word up, now that's crazy. Now I'm like, I woke up late. I'm like, damn, I ain't but yo, it didn't even feel like I was sleeping that long. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is 2:45? I'm like, yo, I
Yeah,
hate
yeah,
sleeping till mad late because I feel like a bum, like like I just wasted my life. Like,
yeah. I be getting good. Then after that, I said, "Man, I needed to rest my mind, my body anyway." I had me an extra vacation day. I was able to put on the other side of my off days to stretch my little off days. So it was much needed, man. So yeah, yeah,
man,
man. Yeah. So that's why I like that movie South Central, nephew. If anybody haven't seen that movie, if you forgot about it, please, go on your particular movie stream that you watch your movies or whatever, and pull up that movie, South Central. You know, that
that,
those they don't make them like that no more and put them together. some good principles. Go ahead, Dan. I yield to you.
Now I was saying like that I love what's his name? Glenn Plummer, the
Yeah,
lead actor. I love him. Like
yeah,
great actor. Great
yeah.
actor. I feel like he don't me and my lady was talking about it because she the one that I said got me into like watching TV and watching movies. The only thing I used to watch like pre her like was it might sound like SpongeBob and basketball. That was the only thing he would see on because of my daughters inside my
Right,
house. But
right,
what
right,
her, actually like I'm not gonna lie, me and her was talking about Glenn Plummer. Like I feel
wow.
like he's somebody that he's supposed to be on like the level of Don Cheadle. Like
Right,
he
right, right,
he
right.
son can act. I'm not even gonna lie. He do his thing. And now South Central, great movie, hood classic. You can't erase that. You can't erase that from history.
Right, right, man. I love them scenes, man. See, that's why I look. That's how I look. I'm not trying to be entertained, just be entertained. Nothing wrong with it,
Now
but
you
you
want
got
a
to be
message?
careful with that. Yeah, you got to. Yeah, that's it. You got to be careful because these people are so slick with these certain people that behind movies. That's why I want to know who produced the movie, get to find an interview with them person, research them, what their character at, what their heart intent is when they put some piece together, and
Mm-hmm.
then I'll consider it whether or not, you know what I mean? And so when I look at that, I see good, wholesome, good principle stuff that we experience in our community that
Mm-hmm.
that should be addressed. I'm gonna give you something that somebody don't even know. You may or you may not know it. It's a scene that they did cut out in Juice. Um, but let me ask you, because you didn't see the movie Juice that Pac did, right? He first.
Facts. Oh,
Okay. All right. So, what would you say was the thing that caused Bishop? What was his issue, his problem that you saw within the movie that resulted in individuals getting killed, or that whole dynamic, or that because people after that thought that that's who Pac really was, and they attached that to him. And I'm talking
I'll,
about up in position and power. What you think
I'm
it is?
I'm gonna say one word. My opinion. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe do you think it was weakness?
Okay. What else would you say?
Mm, mm, what else? What else? What else? What else? Mm, trying to think. I'm trying to think. I don't just want to say anything.
Let me help
We.
you out. That
All
the
right. Go ahead.
movie pick, it didn't show
What you
his
said?
father. His father. They didn't show this. His father was a prison host.
Mm,
They didn't show that. They took that out. He stepped in the room at one moment and he overheard on the phone talking. You know what I mean? But they cut that. You research, it's the black writer that's behind that. They have been giving him issues like that. I'm trying to remember this man's name. I can't remember it, but you can probably find it on YouTube. Juice, the producer Juice, and it's a black man, and he goes into an explanation and shares some things that people didn't understand and even know. But Bishop, what drove him is that he was always trying to get the respect that his father never got, and because of the dynamics of him being in prison and what that did to him. You know what I mean? And what reputation that's hold.
right.
So when that's never addressed, you know what I mean? And we see the same play that they're doing. So for those fathers, man, leading up to Father Day, those fathers understand you in such a high, prestigious honor of position to not only be responsible, but to actually be an example in such a way that you really can save your seed from a lot of stuff, life being what it is, but you give them some things that when they maneuver, and that's what Pac said in one of them interviews when he was 17 years old, we're not being prepared for the real America that we have to live in. You know what I
Fact.
mean? They giving us all type of stuff to distract us, but those things that we need, and that's what that movie bitch was about. And because his father wasn't there, because his father was treated like that, that's what drove him to get the respect. And because that wasn't addressed, because that wasn't looked into, nobody was no, life coach to help him navigate. Look at the lives that it cost. You know what I mean? That anger that he had in him, that resentment. People take it from the surface, but no one really wants to die because then you got to get messy. You got to get, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And you sit in our sector. We sit in the care. People sit back and they put their mouth and they say all this type of stuff. Then people have to get low now. They trying to backpedal. They trying to change what they said up there.
Right.
You done put it out there now. You know what I mean? But you can tell that's bad character because we talking about people not just in their 20s, not just in their 30s, but we see people in their 40s and their 50s, man, and 60s saying some crap and not even know. And then now receipts are coming out, people coming out. That's why sometimes you don't have to always defend when you know you in your truth and you standing on your truth and you know you've been walking in integrity, you've been doing right by people. You make mistakes because you are human and your very nature is like that. But you mature and you grow how to have more control over that, to do better. And you know what I mean? That's just part of being a human, just trying to be a man or a woman in life. But you got people who will try to twist that stuff and manipulate it, and put all this on him. And because a person is broken, their thinking is marred and scarred and is all distorted. They don't comprehend the manipulation that's being used on them.
Facts.
To carry a narrative. You're being used. You're being used to manipulate. You're being tricked. You're being deceived and bamboozled. And they can only do it if you're a willing participant and you haven't dealt with your hurt, your pain, and your brokenness, your unforgiveness, or just being jealous of somebody, or just having hate for somebody because they didn't stir it up hit a nerve in you that they see this unresolved. Like these individuals, a lot of these jokers was criminals doing frivolous things and all of that. Man, the government get you in that room and sit you down, talk to you and throw this law language at you and all this stuff that they've been learning and they didn't study psychology and all this stuff, how they do, you know what I mean? And you be, okay, what do I need to do? Okay, you gonna look the other way for that you pulled up on me? Okay, all right, what you want me to do? You know what I mean?
Facts.
When you walking in integrity, can't nobody get you like that. You're not for sale. You're not for sale. You know what I mean? If you ain't got no willing participant, then what do you got? You ain't got no case. You know what I mean? If we get together as a community and say, no, some ain't right with that. We've been doing research. We can come up with some receipts. That ain't what's been going on. Y'all, it's something about. See, none of us ain't doing that. So that's why they did what they did. With this Aaliyah thing coming out, all this old crazy stuff. It's to mess with your perception.
Mm-hmm.
It's a manipulation too. They treating you like you less than human. They looking at you the same way they did on the plantation of slavery. It's the same method.
And not only that, they trying to capitalize before all of this shit get overturned.
Yeah, that's it. Bingo. That's it.
They have to push all of this shit out right now because
they know it's coming.
When the cases get overturned, people are going to question the validity of all the shit that they doing now. So they trying to push it out before them cases come back in appellate court. Because when this shit get overturned, they gonna have a lot of shit to answer to that they have no answers to. Yeah, all we just come out and say, you know what, we flat out lied because the lie is more entertaining than telling the truth. I mean,
not.
Yeah, that's why Lifetime producers are asking about the text messages right now.
Right. Yo,
do that. Yeah.
Yo, you see some guy I seen online. I don't know if you watch Art of Dialogue, his interviews. Some guy.
Yeah, I love Art of Dialogue. Yeah, I like him. I like him.
Saw some guy named Billy Garland saying he's Tupac's real father.
Yeah, he looked just like Pop.
Yeah, no. I was just saying. I was just asking if you see
the Dear Mama song. He was mad at the Dear Mama song, man. Come on, man. Yeah. Well, he lucky Pac not here and heard him say some shit like that.
Yeah. And see, you see what I'm saying, nephew? That proves my point. How old is he? You can estimate how old he is. He older than me. Probably. You know what I'm saying? Or right there, a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Let you know what I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? If that ain't dealt with as an individual, you don't have a heightened sense of awareness. You don't come into a revelation and embrace that, however it need to happen, whatever you need to do, epiphany, whatever it is, you still keep growing up, but you still haven't grown up. And that's in you. And then you have kids, and then you get into this and you do that. You can still be that age and still be bitter, still be angry, and feel somebody did you wrong. Like what you see that? That's a poison and a sickness, man.
Right. And Pac probably didn't even hold it, just like he didn't hold it against his mama with the type of person he was. He didn't hold it against if this was his dad. He didn't have no ill will towards him. I'm sure he did. Pac
That's why you
best out
cannot fight in front of your children. You can't fight in front of your children. You don't badmouth the other parent. That's evil and it's wrong because you damage that selfishness.
Yeah.
That's insecurity that you ain't dealt with as a person. And you using that particular child against the other parent. God will get you for that. Because he said, touch not my little one. For anybody to touch one of those that's in a low position, whether a kid or anybody, you feel for sweet. Man, I have been with people and dated people or just family, cousins, just been out places and observed. And just how people in your inner circle of family, I stop associating with because I want to see how you treat the waiter, the waitress, the janitor. You know what I mean? If I'm dealing with you personally or intimately, or we just friends and we got a network of just, colleagues, whatever, I can't even be around with you no more to see how because that tell me about the content of your character. Because I ain't finna give you no opportunity to be on no slick stuff with me. But that only happens, you're only able to detect it when you have a heightened sense of awareness. You got to study. You got to know who you are, where you from, where you going. Otherwise, you just a dead man and dead woman walking and refuses to lay down. You just living without a purpose. You just existing. And that's how some of us wake up. We just wake up like it's an accident. Just wake up and do our normal thing. There's a reason for your existence on this planet. What is it? Because look what it gives you. I think everything we can learn from kids, we can dive in it and look at that and learn from that. The world don't want that type of stuff. They don't want that. They don't want that. They don't want that kind of goodness. They don't want that kind of love. They don't want that.
And they don't want you to know your history, and they want to try to erase your history right before your eyes. But at the same time, like I said, you got to do your due diligence and do your
That's
research.
it.
Also, yeah. Also, I want to say I put a link in the chat on both chats. There's a movie called American Violet. I don't know if you guys heard of it or not, but it's based on a true story. Where this girl, she fought against the government or fought against the court system to try to regain her or keep her rights going. Or they were running around trying to pin drug cases on people, and then if you pled guilty or pled for a lesser charge, they would take your housing and your I think your food stamps away from you, and then you was labeled as a criminal or whatnot. So I advise everybody to take a look at that movie. It's based on a true story, and it coincides with Kales and Mr. Cosby. It coincides with them. They didn't buy down. They went ahead and they fought their cases. So I advise everybody to take a look at these movies, and I believe you guys learn something from it. You'll like it. So I advise everybody in the chat, just take a look at it, and maybe we can have a conversation on the next live and tell me what y'all think about it.
You see what you just said, Lex? You said they didn't buy out. Is that what you said, brother?
Yeah. They didn't buy down at all.
You know what you just said? You know how powerful that is, what you just said?
Yeah. You got to be willing. Yeah,
Integrity and standing for what's right and walking the righteous path gonna cost you on this planet.
yeah.
It's gonna cost you. It may cost you record deals. It may cost you entrepreneurship. It's going. But should you give up? No.
You got to stand for your respect.
Yeah. But this just what you don't understand. And my point is that's why I keep referencing that prison interview by Tupac Amaru Shakur. He said, when we do stand up in our community, in other words, paraphrasing, to address the concerns and the issue, what's really going on, and the damage that have happened in our cycle that we try to break free from and be better. When we do have someone to speak up, they not only get no support, you tear them down, you dispose of them, you get rid of them. He says, so those of them, they tend to fall back and say, okay, that's why they tend to live a negative lifestyle. Not meaning they doing something bad or evil or wrong. He's saying what they did, they just self-destruct. They ain't gonna do nothing. Because in their thinking pattern, Pockets was saying to them it's safer because I don't get to support. It's like I'm on my own. Where's my people? I'm standing up for something, but I went as far as I can go. I need you to tag me out so I can get some rest. And then you tag this person in there, they can get some rest. And we keep on and we come together. But they have so poisoned our psyche. And they use it in the movies, in the music. You have people who do crimes, and not that crime is wrong, is bad, hurting somebody, none of that. But they look at this particular Caucasian race, and they look at our ethnicity, and it could be the same crime. And I'm gonna let that breathe, and you already know where I'm going with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you.
That's a trick. That is a trick. That is a trick to turn another human against another human to make you think in your psyche these people are better than you. It's a trick by Satan himself. He don't care what race you is. He don't care what ethnicity you is, because he was the one who orchestrated racism.
All right.
He was the one that put that out. He was the one who's responsible for that. He is the only one that is actually racist because that spirit comes from him. That's who he is in and of itself. He hates humanity. Period.
Absolutely.
He hates humanity no matter what your ethnicity is. But the trick is to turn one against the other. So what? You will all self-destruct each other. And what is my purpose of doing that? Getting God back for casting me out.
Mm-hmm. The master of confusion. It is
That's
best.
it. And once we understand that, we can start. You got those who doing it. We can start pulling together for the better cause of all humanity. Because when God looks in the earth and he sees his creation of humanity, he sees his glory. He is pleased when he looks and sees us. That's why Christ had to come down. God had to come down through the Son Christ and make himself touchable to reconcile us back from what was broken in the beginning, to identify with us because of the depths of his love he has with humanity. And throughout the ceaseless ages of eternity, he will always be remaining in that state that he was when he left earth. You will always be able to see the nail scars, the pierced side, to identify the matchless depths of love he has for humanity. So Satan want to kill that. Because when God created man, he created him his likeness in his image. That we have the ability to speak those things that be not as though they were. He is still upset about that because he used to reflect the glory of the Holy Messiah, God himself. He used to reflect that because of how God designed him. But when he did the rebellion, he got cast out. If he remained in heaven, he was cast and quarantined to planet Earth. And so God gave a test to the first man and woman. I believe in the biblical creation story. because that's when you can go back to and found your foundation and find out how you slipped up and why things are the way they are today. So we always given a free will and power of choice to walk the good path or the bad path. And the bad path is camouflage and it's trickery. You don't see what you think you're saying. But when you get in that arena and you get the maneuver and you say, oh, wait a minute. Hey, this ain't what I signed up to. Let me come on, let me show you the contract. You know, you owe me this, you owe this, you owe this. Oh, remember the house we got? Yeah, you go, man, I didn't. Yeah, you locked in the contract. But I'm not even gonna own that. I don't even want to talk about that in my music. But yeah, the contract, right? See the contract? It's a slave contract. It's a blood contract. The only way they said you leave with this is in the graveyard or in prison. That's it. You leave this with nothing. When you come, it's a trick. You were set up. They tricked you. But when you go and take your time and go the longer route, that process, that tedious process, people don't want to do that. See, because that builds character. You know what I mean? That prepares you for the next level that you're about to embark on. People want to skip the skips. They want to skip the steps to success. People want a microwave way to success. They want a microwave way to have a successful relationship. They want a microwave way to have a network of friends. But look at the end result of that. It don't last. Look what get attached to you, exposed to you. You become the very thing that you loathe and hate that you said you stood against. But now you compromise your principles and your morals and your standards. And you compromise your integrity. For what? To gain what? A house? They can take that away from you. They can burn down. They can leave. A car? They steal cars. They sell cars. That's low-hanging fruit. But personal wealth, good moral character, will not only take you so many places and take you before kings, but you will be able to sustain it. But when you are hollow shell and society and all its forms, social media, whatever it is, tell you just to dress on the outside and make sure the outside is more presentable, and that's it. You are walking dead, man. I can feel you, manipulate, and use you for whatever. All they needed was a willing participant. They don't care if you were to purge yourself on the stand. It don't matter. All we need is a body, a human body that can get on the stand and just talk. Even if you get tripped up in your question, you got immunity, so ain't nothing gonna happen to you. And your testimony, we can still use it to manipulate the jury to accomplish our goal. That's how much hatred we got for this man and for who we work for. So you got the law, but you can do all of that, and we do all of that. But I think alongside that, you must go into the spiritual realm and fight against that demonic, evil, trickery spirit. That's the only way you come to church and really fight that. Both and. So we got to be on the same mindset of wanting justice and fairness and exposing, pulling out the receipts. And we have heard that others who was on one side and came on the other side. Something's add up. It wasn't making sense. So we can't worry about the ones who not or who ain't gonna do, who said we can't spend time on that. Check them, diss them, cut them off, disassociate with them, whatever you got to do. But we got to stay on mission. You got to stay on mission, stay on focus, because it's a trick. All that, the Aaliyah thing coming out, all this a trick. It's a trick. They keep on recycling the same old thing. It's a trick. Like a year back on this, and that's it. I all I got to say. I done said too much already. Use your common sense for your own sake. Forget about the case. For your own sake as a human. Whatever you're trying to do, whatever you're trying to go and be, use your common sense and do your due diligence and your research for your own sake. For your own sake as a human. And if somebody reject that and don't want to do that, my heart goes out for you because I see you in a dark place. You're in a real dark place. That's all I can say, Les. That's it. I yield back. That's Uncle Muse.
Right on, right on. Yeah, you can't allow yourself to be I would say a lazy person getting information. Yeah, don't allow yourself to be a lazy person trying to retrieve information because information is powerful, and the more you retain the information, the more powerful you will be. And one of the things I would like to say to all people, man, we all just need to just enjoy everybody's presence. We got to quit worrying about what this person has and what the other person doesn't have. I like to see everybody happy. That's my take on everything. I like to see everybody get along, everybody happy, everybody smiling. But we have people who don't like that, and I call them Cenobites. They're extra dimensional people, and extra dimensional people, they don't stand a chance against somebody that's not confrontational. And when you have somebody who's not confrontational, then you just out here just spinning your wheels for nothing. So I mean, if you have a little hate in your bones or in your heart, try to pray to the man upstairs to get that out of you, because we're already fighting a battle amongst ourselves already with this system. So we can't fight two battles when we already got one that's really killing us. So try to get that out of your heart. Pray to the man upstairs and get it out, because we need to all come together, man. On this lick, we got to come together.
That's it, Les. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I've been saying. J Rock, man, I woke up late, man. Came in the chat. Nephew Val was already going. J Rock. That's game 5 of today, right? Did I miss it already? They played earlier or what? The Nuggets doing their thing, man. What you think?
What up, Big Bob? What up, chat? What up, everybody? Muse, Lex, and I see Dean in here. Actually, game 5 is tomorrow.
Okay, cool. I didn't miss it. Good. What you think? What you think, J Rock? What you think?
Well, let me see. I want to go back on something because I actually was out and about. I had to go to the store and get a few things and everything, for the week start. So I was still kind of listening. Looked like is Vi about to play a video?
I don't know. He probably looking through the archive. I think he's looking through the archive.
Okay. Well,
try to come up with something.
Okay. Well, I want to go back on a little something earlier. I think Vi mentioned something when he played a clip about Demetrius Smith saying that R. Kelly was saying that R. Kelly was told to marry Aaliyah to avoid jail time. Wait a minute. Demetrius, didn't you just say that R. Kelly told you that Aaliyah was in trouble?
Yeah.
So why would he be told to marry her if he was supposed to told you that she was the one that was in trouble?
Right.
That he was in trouble for. I'm like, hold on.
Gotta get a lot together.
Right. Yeah. So, I told you who he was.
And it's not just that, sometimes I go back the things I have conversations with people, and it's funny how some things kind of go back. So, well, here's the first question I want to ask first before I go into that. This whole Aaliyah special that's supposed to be going on, when is this thing supposed to air?
That I don't know.
June 14th.
So that's next Thursday.
Wednesday.
Yep.
At 10 p.m.
Yeah, Wednesday. It's next Wednesday. Yep, next Wednesday. Yep.
It is only 1 hour long, so.
June 14th is supposed to air, right?
Mm-hmm. It's all about manipulation and perception of the mind, the public.
Yeah. So it's very ironic that it falls exactly right between the time when the anniversary of Aaliyah's debut album hit and the time just before an anniversary just before R. Kelly got arrested. It's right in the middle.
Come on, J Rock. Woo! We've been missing this, boy. We've been missing this.
That's why I just keep looking. I'm like, how long are these people going to continue to go ahead and try to insult my intelligence like this? Because you're going to continue to try to go down this path, and then when all this shit overturned, and we got all the info over here, people going to be looking like, well, how come y'all didn't say that? We've been saying this shit for a long time. Y'all chose not to listen. That's on y'all.
That's it.
And then other conversations I had, you know what? I got a homegirl who used to be a DJ at the local radio station back in my hometown.
Okay.
She told me, you know, because she also used to work at a TV station back home. So remember when I kept saying about the Lafayette concert?
Yeah.
And when R. Kelly Entourage got in that fight.
Right.
I told you that the news network, the local affiliate KLFY TV 10 in Lafayette, Louisiana, had footage of R. Kelly going to court with his lawyer. I asked her, is there any way I can obtain that footage? She said you wouldn't be able to because it's so old that it's archived. And since it's archived, you are going to have to get a court order.
Right. Okay.
So I go back to when she said that. I'm like, because I remember seeing this on seeing that footage on YouTube years ago.
Right. I was just going to say that.
So, like I said, YouTube pulled it. So now I'm like, now I go back and I start thinking like, that's why they pulled it, because it would straight up shoot holes in that dead theory. And then on top of that, knowing that you have to obtain a court order to get it, nobody would be able to get a court order for it.
What do you mean they wouldn't be able to get a court order?
Whoever wanted to get the footage would have to obtain a court. They had to get a court order to obtain the footage. Whoever wanted to see it.
Right. Okay. Man, you hear this, nephew?
So this is according to my my good friend back home who worked at a TV station.
Wow. That ain't no coincidence, J-Rock. That's no coincidence.
So that means if you have a court order for it to obtain that footage, it can never be seen.
I got something for y'all to hear. Just a minute. J-Rock get done. Wait till y'all hear this.
But back
man, J-Rock.
And when you go back to, and when I went back to it, it made perfect sense. I said, no wonder they took that off. It would literally shoot it down, because I brought up this point a couple times, and Sir Miguel said he remembers seeing it years back. When it happened.
See,
that was when me and Sir Miguel was really starting to kind of dialogue and really started to be cool with one another. And then when I brought that up, it really confirmed what he thought. He said, J-Rock, you right, because I remember all that when that happened.
So everything that can, man, J-Rock, that just tells you how evil, man. Man, J-Rock, I've never seen this much hate for one human being, man, all my life.
That's why I told people all the time, why do you think for 1 minute that, like I said, my brother and his wife at the time went to the concert.
Right.
Lafayette, and spent the night in Lafayette and came back home, told me all about the show. Because that concert really was not supposed to be on Labor Day weekend in '94, but because of what happened, it pushed it back and it caused it to fall on that particular time.
Right. Okay.
It really wasn't supposed to be then, but because of it, it changed some stuff up.
Wow.
Now remember, Dana had a video a while back alive a while back when he mentioned saying that Demetrius Smith saying that they were supposed to have a concert in Orlando around that time, but there was no concert in Orlando. And they flew from Orlando to Chicago.
Okay.
He didn't fly from no Orlando to Chicago. He flew from Lafayette to Chicago.
Right.
And why do you think they're going so far out of their way to not mention that? Because if they mention that particular incident in Lafayette, that means that R. Kelly went back to Chicago for a totally different reason, and it didn't have anything to do with Aaliyah. And that just shoot down that whole narrative, and everybody knows.
J-Rock, I remember you saying that on Sky Zone's channel. I remember you saying that on there.
Wow, man. That's interesting. You say the way your homegirl said that. Well, it'd be difficult to get it because now it's an arcade and you have to get
I didn't think about it because see, that's the funny part about the news. At the time, I remember when she said it, and I was like, okay. And then I kept thinking about, okay, YouTube took it off years ago. So why would they take it off? I just thought it was primarily because of the fact, okay, they didn't want to have they were part of the takedown, whatever case may be. But then when she mentioned that you had to have a court order, I'm like, that means nobody would have been able to obtain it without it. And YouTube would have been the few platforms that actually would have been able to show it.
Hey, J-Rock. Let me ask you a question, J-Rock, before we get on to the thing for bye. Do you know by any chance if you said your brother, your sister, whoever went to the concert, do you know if they kept the ticket
stub?
My brother probably has not. My sister-in-law might. I have to ask her.
That'd be interesting.
I don't know if she had it because you got to keep in mind you're talking about almost 30 years ago. So I don't know if she has it right now. So
never know. Never know, J-Rock. No.
Yeah, that'll be
because if she doesn't have that, I'll ask her if she has the ticket stub, because she was also at the concert in Shreveport, Louisiana on my birthday back in '96 when the women for Baltimore talked about that R. Kelly sexually assaulted them in a hotel when he was on tour with LL in 1995, which obviously that tour was not in 1995 because the tour didn't happen until the spring of '96. And it didn't get to Baltimore till a month after after the concert I went to.
Man, we said this before, Lex, but J-Rock, I'm just curious to know the figure, the amount, the money figure of all that they put into this, man. Because what you just broke that down, J-Rock. Wow, man. So it like I told before you came on, I said I think it started after the 2008 trial when he got acquitted, all the way up to nephew said about maybe 2018, 17 or something like that. Because his last album was Buffet, right? That was what, 15 or 16.
Right. The Buffet came out 2015, and you got to keep in mind also that a Christmas album came right after.
Right.
It came out December 2016.
Right.
Okay.
So
and that was
officially the last album that he actually really came out. But the Buffet, you talk about main album, that would have been the Buffet 2015. But the Christmas album, if you want to count it, because sometimes Christmas albums are funny because they're seasonal albums, really.
Right. So from 2008 to 2016. That's how much time I think, just estimating and just in my thoughts, J-Rock, that's how much time they put into this to get to be able to achieve what they did. As we know it today, as we've been pulling and seeing all the resources, all the people how deep this whole, you follow my train of thought is, J-Rock? That's a lot of time. That's a lot of years.
See, that's the funny part. During that time, you haven't heard not one thing about R. Kelly, nothing negative about him during that whole time span.
But that don't mean in the background, J-Rock, it had to be. It had to be.
Plotting and planning.
Yes, it had to be. You got jurors everything was strategically done, man. Y'all studied this time. Y'all made sure number one thing they made sure to do is stop his music. That Travis Smiley interview, they were paying attention. They had to be. You ain't gonna tell me they didn't. And then what is that other it wasn't no interview, but he was what is that? Basketball players, Mark Aguirre, I think was in the room and he was talking about, they should have did this, but they didn't. They showed the whole clip and said he was talking about his music being, shared in the world and all of that. I think that they paid attention to that and maybe something else. But those two things right there, what he said, they said, yeah, we're gonna. I think they put all that work in there, man. Look what they did. You ain't gonna tell me that because if they would have put that, let everybody come on, Jay Watt. They the Lord's been on top. They had to do that behind closed doors, real strategically, very quiet.
Right.
No, that's how they get down.
Right. Because the deal is like I said before, when I brought up this one fact a few months back, and it was like and I said this, it was almost like the world stood still. When I said when I bring up the fact that everybody talking about that this is supposed to be about young black women and girls, it's supposed to be about young black women and girls. But I said if this is supposed to be about young black women and girls, why has every move that has been strategically made been centered around this man's music catalog?
Yep. Now make that make sense. Yeah.
And when I brought that up and I started lining up the anniversary dates with the events that has happened.
Right. So J Rod then it's not meant for us then. Meaning that look what he as I can't say it the way you said. He's the modern day. I can't say it the way you said it, J Rod.
Well, I said that he's the greatest singer songwriter of the modern era.
And so saying that and the impact is I mentioned before how Pac had on the culture and Biggie and we I use those two for a particular reason. I think everybody got it. So man, Pac said the society will let you go as far as you want. However, but when you start to, and Matulu has said this in that third Angel DVD, but when you start organizing around change and it's an awakening, then those that the power be, they come after you. That's enough. That's enough.
See, you and Big Vibe brought up the point earlier when you guys was talking about R. Kelly's impact. When you mentioned the fact that the man literally has resurrected careers.
Right.
Like when you talked about everybody knew who Ron Isley was, but when Mr. Biggs, the alter ego, came up, it really took him to a different stratosphere.
So what kind of threat do you see those at the powers that be, the executive on the other side of the ethnical background? You know what I'm saying? Without saying the word. What kind of threat would that be, though? You follow them? What my thinking is? Have you put this much in this one human being?
Here's the threat. Here's why to me R. Kelly would be such a big threat. He would be such a big threat because of the fact that artists because see one thing about the US and we are so quick to discard our legends faster than anybody else.
Right.
That's why they always go overseas until they get more love overseas than they get in their own country.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is somebody like R. Kelly comes along that can breathe new life into more careers than EMTs giving CPR to agents to, that changes to patients. That changes the whole narrative. Now, all of a sudden, the people that you discard that you thought you were able to make a lot of money off of that you don't think is worth anything. Now they got a new life, new lease on life, a new career, and can still be profitable. Now, all of a sudden, the labels and everybody else, you now got to pay them more money than you thought you had to pay, which might have been outside of your original budget that you had in the first place. So now,
you have to make the mail.
He's a threat to the R. Kelly was a threat to the labels, man, and that threat to the labels is him leaving the labels. with his ability to recreate and reconstruct, they needed that. They needed that brain. They can say what they want to say, but the guy brain when it come to music was off, something that they had never seen before. So when he say, "I want out," we don't think we can let you leave right now. We can't afford for you to leave right now.
And also, if you really think about this too,
I'm gonna play this video, J-Rock. Hold on, I'm gonna play this clip right quick. Now I'm gonna transfer it to my phone so I can leave up out of the house off of this computer. But I need to play this clip so I can transfer to my phone. Then we can keep talking. Let's see. Look at Tyrannosaurus Burst, brother.
KRS-One.
Facts.
It's called the Power of the Nine Freestyle.
Here's a little something you can ponder in your mind, something that has never been explored along these lines. Paint a mental picture of the guns you can find, and I'll show you why we're so fascinated with the nine. The reason that we like it doesn't lie in the design. The secret of our adoration lies behind the nine, the number. It has a special meaning that's divine, a spiritual significance that needs to be defined. Man's relationship with the number nine is odd. It has its beginnings and its origins in God. Here is an example that I'm giving to you first. Consider there are 9 planets in the universe: Mercury, Venus, Earth, then the Mars, plus the other 5 planets rest among the stars. They're all heavenly bodies, but herein lies the wisdom. Consider that your heavenly body has 9 systems, a planet for each system, a system for each planet. This seems to be a symbolism that we take for granted. Circulatory, reproductive, skeletal, and nervous, muscular, and endocrine. The others go researching, and then just prepare. The universe is 999 times 999 times squared. There's a little science from the time dropped right from the mind of the sign. Number 9. 9 represents birth, completion. That's all. Take notice how the 9th month is the start of fall. It's the 3rd out of 4 seasons, so peep what you find, that the 3 for the season is the square root of 9. Bullets from the 9mm keep on gunning. My mother Ty said that 9 is the number of the woman. So look closely at the word feminine, and you will find, if you break it down right, that it's really feminine, the woman in 9. And that's just a segment, because a 9 looks like the bottom half of a woman when she's pregnant. So peep how it takes a 9 months to have a baby. Approximately 270 days she carries her seed. And that math is divine, because the 2 plus the 7 plus the 0 equals 9. A man, when he marries a woman, the band is placed on a woman's 9th finger on her hand. Surprising? Here is something a little more enticing. Retailers use a 9 in marketing and advertising. Pricing: a car is $20,099. Gum is $79. Candy is 99 cents. A gallon of gas, $3.99. They do this because they know the attractiveness behind 9. It always multiplies back to 9. Use any number with a 9, you can find this is true. 9 times 2 is 18. And 1 plus the 8 equals 9. You know what I mean? 9 times 8. See, that's 72. The 7 plus the 2 is 9. This you can do. With 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7. Even 9 times 9, 10, or 11. 360 degrees, you will find that the 3 plus the 6 plus the 0 equals 9. Got myself
Well, there it is.
Man, that shit was deep.
Yep, there it is.
KRS-One was just he was spellbound. I ain't never seen KRS-One.
Man, I want y'all go YouTube that video called The Power of the Nine and just listen to it. The symbolism.
I'm sorry.
This have 9 planets.
This is the part where you need to have Craig and Smokey from Friday go, damn. This is the part right here. That's the moment, and Smokey and Craig need to pop up.
Man, bro, that dude, man, he spit some real deep shit, man, and
he definitely did that.
Man, that symbolism is real, man.
No doubt.
Whether you want to accept it or not. But you know what? That's why always one thing I'm big on, man. We have to unlearn and relearn, man, because the people who taught us, they don't want us to know this. You
Oh
know,
no.
the ones who taught us, they kept this part away from us. And when we start to educate ourselves and understand what the world is really made of and what it really means to be a human being, it's the day that we're gonna awake from this spell that we've been in.
Yeah. It's
So
funny how they
hold on, let me log on to my phone right quick.
okay. I'll just say something real quick. It's funny how they get an attitude when you start talking about critical race theory in school. How they all get an attitude about it when you ask about it. They all want to get mad about it. I'm like, what you getting mad about? Something that's true. You've been spitting all this false stuff out, but the minute something true come out, you want to try to knock it down and say it's false about our history.
Hey, nephew, did you get a chance to check your email?
Might be still trying to log out, trying to switch over to his phone, probably.
Hey,
But J
Muse,
Rock,
you brought up a point a while back when I don't know, it was you or Vi, I think Vi said it. Talking about Tupac's father saying that he was upset about the Dear Mama song.
Yeah, that was nephew Vi.
Okay. My question is, was he really upset about the Dear Mama song, or was he also upset about the Papa song that was on Strictly for My Niggas back in '93?
Right.
Because one of the lines on that song was, Moms can't stand me because I'm starting to be a bother. Moms can't stand me because I'm looking like my father.
My father. Yep.
That came out in '93, 2 years before Dear Mama came out.
Right. And my whole point was that go back to the family dynamics, man, that we have to change that narrative and that perception because that's in our psyche and we see it still duplicated. You don't never argue in front of your children as parents. It's very dangerous and it's very damaging to your seeds. You know what I mean? You got to know who you having kids by. You know what I mean? And don't deny kids, especially the boys and the girls, to have that relationship with their father. You know what I mean? Them two parents went through whatever they went through and they own personal issues that has not been really properly honestly presented and it's been one-sided on each sided and I get back to you, J. The child suffers. That's the bottom line of what I'm saying. I don't care what y'all got in y'all foreheads, what you do, what you don't do, all of that. But when you allow it to damage your children and not consider them, you know what I mean? Then it's like you in a lost state, you in a broken state, um, and you're not in a healthy space, and then you turn around and produce children. I think that's the not only dangerous thing, I think it's the most selfish thing you can ever do to a child. And that is something in our community that we just push to the side, we sweep under the rug, we don't never address it. But these particular issues, we can see it all on the news and through the social media when they share stuff and stuff. It's a product of that. And that's the reason why I like that movie South Central, because it really addressed that and saw that. So it was good that Bobby did get locked up and he ran into Ali, because that's what changed his life. You know what I mean? And those are things that we should be able to bring out to rebuild, reestablish, transform, renew the thinking pattern of mindset. But it only happens when you have the ability to self-assess and have a heightened sense of awareness, and you are willing to embrace where you at, where you not at, what you should be, what it takes for you to get to where you need to be. You know what I mean? And be able to forgive yourself for maybe the bad decisions you made, things you did without thought. It all ties into that, and it affected kids. And now you have these teenagers, these young adults, these in their 20s, 30s, and you wonder why they're doing it. Yeah, you responsible for your own actions. Yes, at the end of the day, I get all of that, and that's very critical. That's a good point. However, we never talk about the impact and the effect that birthed that influenced that why is that anger that they have? Why they trying to self-medicate the way that they do? Why they trying to take each other out? What is that pain that they're dealing with? You see what I'm saying? Because to dive into that and help a person navigate through that and really support and be with them through that process, that awakens something in you. You have to really be vulnerable like that. You know what I mean? But who cares what somebody else thinks when I'm trying to walk toward my healing? I'm trying to walk toward my healing. That's what we need. That healing, that love back for one another, just for ourselves. That's what should be spending time on. All these trolls, these people come and chat, they be talking all this stuff in chat. That's all it is brokenness and hurt and pain. That's all it is. And I found out, Jay Rock, and I yield back to you, it don't have no age. That's what we don't spend a lot of time on. Man, the next phone come out, we own it. The next kicks come out, jumpsuit, we own them. Whatever the fab is, or the fashion, or the culture, whatever they spread in advertisement to make you think this is what you need in order for you to be accepting all of this stuff. But they never talk about the personal wealth, which is your inner character. So I done seen players in the NBA, in the league, that they talent took them from where they first started playing ball as a little kid all the way there. But because of their lack of character, they finna lose everything they got.
Muse, hold that thought.
I yield back to you.
I don't want. I'm promise you, I'm trying not to sidetrack or deviate from the conversation at all. That line you just said, I'm going right to the heart of the matter in regards to what Zion Williamson is dealing with right now.
Yep, that's it. Bingo. I ain't want to say it. Him and
go ahead, then.
And Ja Morant, but
yep.
Zion really, Zion had really disappointed me to this day because everybody waiting for you to step back on the court. You've been out of shape for God knows how long. You ain't really been healthy. You hadn't played a full season since you've been in the league to begin with.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, you get up with this chick. You get this chick pregnant. Then you get this other, and then you got this other adult films who was formerly adult film song OF model now.
Yep.
She talking about how she helped you get into shape, and then you got like soda cans and everything around the damn room.
Been dragging them.
And pretty much hadn't been doing anything being in shape in the first place, which is also compromising yourself not only off the court but on the court as well.
Yeah. The cycle continues.
And me and my brother had this conversation yesterday, and I told him this, and this is just me. Dudes, sometimes I don't know what some of these dudes be on, but how in the hell you gonna get with these chicks when you're in New Orleans? 60 miles up the road is Baton Rouge.
Yeah. LSU
is sitting there, and you know who you should have been shooting your shot at? You should have been shooting your shot at Angel Reese. That's who you should have been shooting your shot at, because Angel Reese, who not only is a basketball player, but also an NCAA champion. Now she got her own brand. When she get in the WNBA, she will be one of the faces of the league when she gets drafted.
You're looking female too.
And then on top of it, you're supposed to be one of the faces of the NBA. So based on that alone, Angel Reese would have been far more of an asset than these other chicks. And if anybody else would be able to help get him in shape, she would have done it.
Yeah.
Yo, J-Rock, you seen what Willie D said, right? But it goes back to, and I 100% agree with Willie D. He said, you looking at these men that got money now. He said, just because they got money, it still don't change their principles and their morals and their values. These men are it's just somebody with money. you got these guys that's still gonna value these low class women.
That's true.
You get what I'm saying? Just because he got money, his taste and his liking ain't gonna change. And it's like, not for you, Zion Williamson. That's what you choose to go and deal with.
Right, because see that goes back to the point. Money doesn't change you. Money just makes you more of who you really are.
You better say that.
Exactly.
You better say that. Now you see why I'm always on about building good character. You know what I mean? Pac said this. I think he was 17 years old, 18 years old. And he said they should have classes on scams. They should have classes on why there's hunger in America, on apartheid. You know what I mean? Racism in America, how to understand politicians' double talk. You know what I mean? He was running down a list of stuff. You see those few I just named, Dean. Do you know the elitists and those who control the narrative are paying attention to that and listening to that? Plus, because of who your name is, you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
I
The
don't know
rise
if it's
of
you or
like
like you breaking up.
who me? I'm
Yeah.
breaking up.
Now you sound good now. It was before you was like breaking up.
Okay, and you see those things. That's not what you see. What that produces, though. People are paying attention. That's why it's so hard for us to fight for what you know what I mean. And Pac said in one of his lyrics, "Is it a crime to fight for what is mine?"
Mm-hmm.
They make it a crime for kills to fight. Why I got to fight for what is mine? Because in this life, being who we are, and it's just what it is, Dean. It's just what it is. It's a dog fight.
Blind man doing time.
It's a dog fight. So yeah, I got to make sure I cross my T's. And it's just a different scenario for me. It ain't fair. Who said it fair? Life ain't fair. That's why it's so critical for you to know whose you are, where you come from. Look at the impact and the power that gives you when you walk in society. You a threat to them. But if you got whatever your belief system is, if you got that as your solid foundation to hope that you can build and navigate through this life, you're gonna be all right. You got to fortify yourself from within. From within. That's why I don't be liking these videos and some of this culture, man. They be showing, why you keep showing me your stuff?
Facts.
I ain't mad at I don't even mad at you having a Maybach. I'm not mad at that. But can you show me the steps and the process and the mentality that you had to throw away and what you had to build to get to can you show me the steps and the process? You know what I mean? Can you show me that? Because look what you do. You empower me from within. So it's all a setup. Pac said in his music, a lot of the country, it's all a setup.
Facts.
It's all a setup, man. Why you showing me a car? They sell those.
Mm-hmm.
Why you showing me these red bottoms and these sneakers you got? I can back that. Why you showing me stuff? And you're not showing me how to build good character that I can navigate through these scenarios that I'm going to have to face and deal with. That is what we should be teaching our children. That's what we should be getting back to. That's what the Black Liberation Movement was all about. And you can look at any community that was trying to do the same thing for their community. You know what I mean? I think y'all picking up what I'm putting down. I yield back.
Oh
I
yeah.
just want to say one thing. Money can't unlame you. Always remember that in life. Money cannot unlame you. Once
See,
you're a
in
lame, you will.
2023 though, in 2023, when Tupac said you're gonna have a race of babies that hate the ladies that make the babies, he wasn't lying, man. Now it's money. I watched somebody that go around doing interviews, and matter of fact, Cam Newton did it too. He asked him what fake What can a man have on that's fake that's acceptable? The woman
Oh
said,
yeah,
well, all thing was teeth,
yeah, I said that.
jewelry, money. You got it's a necessity. So I mean, us coming from where I come from in the country, in country town. If you had money, we literally, me and my brother in the car with me, literally know people who can't even read or write, can't even send a simple 3-word text that my daughter can send at 8 years old. But
Mm,
I mean, you see that they every girl in the town, shit, hey, they probably dealing with him.
mm,
Don't know, can't say let's read.
mm,
Can't even hold a
Mm.
decent conversation, man. But if you got money, man, this new generation has lost it, man. Not just the men, the women too.
yeah,
And like Zion Williams, you speak on that situation. We dealing with people who have been sheltered. They
yeah,
whole most of their lives they've been sheltered to make it to where they at. So then when they
yeah.
get to where they at, they get handed this large ass contract. So
Mm,
everything look good.
mm,
I
mm,
mean, they'd probably go stick it in a goddamn hole if it had a painted woman on it. They don't care.
mm,
It just looked good. I wouldn't want him to go around no Angel Reese, man. Protect that woman from that type of shit because he gonna do the same thing to her, and the shit ain't gonna work out. So she gonna be pregnant, probably with a baby, and trying to make it to the WNBA, whatever the situation may
mm, mm.
be. But it's just certain statistics that's in our community they just there. And the problem is it's gonna continue because like Unc say the OGs, there ain't a lot of OGs out here like Unc that's
Mhm.
talking and speaking up positive because some of them they got a 20-year-old, he the big homie. You got OGs that's listening to him.
Yeah, yeah,
But that because it goes back to what you said is because we live in a day and age where it's all about the bag. It's
Yeah,
what
we
bro.
in the
You come.
bag era now.
I'm telling you, Vi. You come to New York. You oh man, my city's lost. You got a bunch of these 40, 50-year-old niggas calling these little niggas big bro and big
That's what
homie.
I'm saying.
I'll be in my head like you could
That's
never
what I'm
catch me.
saying. What the Unc
First,
look like calling me big homie, man? Come on
first of all,
now.
first of all, first of all, I'm 28 years old. I could never fathom and see myself running behind no nigga that's younger than me. You must be crazy.
But that's what they doing now, man. That's what I was telling
yeah,
about Chicago. We were talking about the Ricos the other night. I said it's so hard to give out a Rico in Chicago now because you got little homies to the little homies that's
yeah,
doing all the shooting.
yep, yep,
I literally seen it when I lived in Minnesota, man. Kids say, man, if I go to jail, they sitting here trying to realize if I get a body at 17, shit, man, they probably give me 10, 15 years. I'll be out by the time I'm 30.
yeah,
This how they doing the math. So they don't care.
yep, yep,
I had most of my brothers on my dad's side and then done jail time. They talk about this shit like a vacation, bro. I seen
yep,
everybody there. I went to school with Shorty, man. I was in there with such and such, man. We got TV, we got all, man. I'm like, what the hell? They talking about this shit like, man, they need to
yeah,
start sending the people from up north. Maybe they need to send them down south and put them in some stripes and put them on side the streets and make them work the fields, and maybe
right,
they'll have a
right.
different viewpoint. Cause the way they talking about jail, the people I know from where I'm
Like
from,
it's
they don't talk about it like that.
like it's
Yeah,
a result. Yeah,
I was going to Cancun somewhere.
right,
Yeah, yeah, they
right,
going to a second
right.
home.
But remember what I said. Now y'all see why I keep bringing up that movie South Central when he was in the cell with Ali, and he told him, he said, "Did you grow up with your daddy?" He said, and OG Bobby Johnson shook his head. No, he said the black man is either in prison or he's dodging prison, and his kids suffer. He said because it's in the black man's cycle of hate for himself, like the Machiavelli album. What makes you ashamed of being black? Do you know who you are? Who are you? You're not your degree. You're not your house. You're not that Bugatti. You're not even the network of the colleagues that's around you. You're not your ancestors and your family tree. Who are you uniquely? You are unique. Who are you? Find out who you are, where you come from. That's why I think nephew gonna bring back the 5 love languages. You know what I mean? Which really it taps into who you are as a person, so we can better dialogue and communicate with one another, and we can slow life down and be able to interact with another in a healthy way. And then it shows you where your strong points are, where your weak areas are, so we know we can do some work. You know what I mean? You feel good, man, when you better in your character, and you accomplishing things just just on the journey of being the best version. That's a wonderful feeling. But if you think you nobody and you think there's no hope, then look what you're susceptible to. That's a dangerous and a lonely place to be in. But that's the reality that we have. And I think we should give more attention to that than we do all the foolery. You know what I mean? And look who's aiding the foolery behind the scenes, like puppet masters. You know what I mean? Agitating stuff. Look what they're doing. And a lot of our community, not just our community, a lot of communities just fall for it. But when you have a heightened sense of awareness and you awakening and conscious, whoo, man, you can see so much more clear. Like, wow, I'm not even going over there. I got to cut them off. I've had to withdraw back, nephew, back from own family members. There's no hate. There's no jealousy. It ain't none of that. It has nothing to do with none of that. I'm so much of a better person and a better version than I once was, as others know me, that to even be in a space to dialogue with certain individuals, I can't even do it. You know what I mean? Because the mindset you have, you're going nowhere fast. You're going nowhere fast. You know what I mean? That's my little 2 cents. I get off my soapbox. Like he said in that movie with O.G. Bobby Johnson, said you and I have to be there for our children. You know what I mean? We can change the narrative. We can change the narrative. But we first got to know what's going on and how did we get to this point. You know what I mean? Truly change your thinking, he told him. Truly change your thinking. Because ain't nobody going to let you out this cage. And he said, ain't nobody going to let you back into their confidence until you, the individual, whoever you are, until you first change your attitude, which is your viewpoint on whatever the subject matter is. Change your perception. It's hard. It's not easy. It's hurtsome. I got it. But you owe it to yourself. It gets better and better. And like Aaliyah said, if at first you don't succeed, try, put the effort and keep on until you achieve it. Until you achieve it. Whatever the mind can conceive, that it will achieve, despite what anybody tries to tell you. If you believe it, if you truly believe it can be done, if you believe in yourself enough, you can change the whole destiny. Your whole destiny can be changed for the better. You got to be willing to put in the work with your inner self. Then everything else outside is nothing. It'll fall in place. And then you know you can't be bought because you know what your value is and what your worth is. So we must come up out of hiding You know, there's people in the chat, there's people in the bushes. A lot of us in our communities, there, and I'm gonna say it like this instead of saying that the wealthiest place on this planet Earth is not Fort Knox. Is not take all the banks and put them together, even the banks that's outside the United States. All of their wealth. That's not what the richest and wealthiest place is on this planet. The wealthiest place on this planet Earth is the graveyard. That's the wealthiest place on this planet. People went to the graveyard with books they should have wrote, with entrepreneur businesses that they should have, embarked upon that could have impacted community. But we've been deceived and hoodwinked and bamboozled that once I get that car, that house, that particular network of colleagues or friends or social status, then I made it. I'm somebody. All that can be gone. They can take all of that. Look what they did with the brother Kels. But they can't take his gifting. They can't take his anointing.
That's why they mad.
So what that is that he in that process and going through all this, it's a pruning process. A lot of us don't want to go through that. That's why we can't never go to the next level and be stretched because we don't want adversity. It's a part of it.
Absolutely.
It's a part of it. You got to push through that. Only thing that beats a failure is a try.
Mm-hmm. How many of them can say they
Quitters never win. And success on whatever the level it is, whatever it looks like to you, success is not a faithful girl. So once you get in, you got to keep matching. You got to keep matching, and you got to have a heightened sense of awareness and know this going to be a dogfight. There's going to be some people that like Plies and Boosie said that never even met you, don't even know you, that go on hearsay and allow themselves to be manipulated and with hatred and jealousy and never sat down and broke bread with you. That is a spirit, a demonic evil spirit. And the only way it was able to get you is because you didn't fortify your personal wealth from within. Lauren Hill said, true healing, she says, is from the inside out. We can't get it from the outside in. And then she said, I had to reintroduce myself to me, even my whole family. Y'all never really knew me because I'm now really getting to know the real me. She said, and as I grow, you're going to get introduced to a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. But people want to be comfortable and it offends them and shines light on their situation. That's why they keep you in a box. And if you seem like you growing or overachieving or doing more, like it's a threat to them. That kind of concept of thought just blows my mind. I yield back to you. I'll yield back to you, Lex.
Hey, Muse. Like I said before, that about the sponge thing I was talking about. We got to be careful about what we absorb in our brains because you can absorb the wrong stuff, and then you got to turn around and you got to try to filter out the good and the bad. But you got to keep the good in there because that's what's going to push you through. The bad's going to hold you down, and that's what a lot of people that they've done with their brains. They absorb a whole lot of bad stuff, and then you don't have room for the good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, to entertain, but that's what they entertain. It's like you got a bullshit mechanism in your brain, and some people done got rid of it, but a lot of people holding on to it. And bullshit could be what you watch, what you eat.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what you listen to. I mean, there's so many forms of bullshit that consumes our time and energy. till when you do want to pay attention to something, your brain is already full. You operating at a 90% capacity of bullshit, and you want that 10% to outweigh that. That ain't gonna happen. You know.
Yeah. I told one of my nieces, nephew, and going through stuff, relationship, just going through life and just doing some things, and that should be making decisions to get out of. And so this is what I told her, real simple. It was so simple and so short that she was spellbound. She was stuck. She couldn't even say a word. I told her just like this. Lex, I told her, stuff don't change until you change it.
Absolutely.
They gonna change yourself. No matter how long you stare at it.
Nothing changes if nothing changes.
Yeah. That's just like when you get sick. You're not gonna feel better till you go do something about it. So you might as well go do something about it.
Nothing changes if nothing changes. So if you don't like what you're getting, you must change what you're doing in your thinking pattern first before you move. Study yourself, know your weaknesses, know your strengths, know your triggers, and address them head on. Get with a life coach, get with a therapist, a counselor, a mentor. Do whatever you need to do, because if you don't change what you're doing, you're gonna keep getting what you got. And it's a painful thing, Brother Lex, to wake up every morning when nobody's around you and say, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired of being sick and tired. I'm just so sick and tired. Only then it seems like we move and we make changes. Until some unreasonable circumstances presents itself to us. It seems like only then we may make a move. But you have to get to the point where you so fed up and so sick within your soul that you're willing to do whatever it takes. In the words of Eric Thomas, the hip hop preacher, you got to want it as bad as you want to breathe. Only then you will be successful in whatever it is you're trying to do. That's how bad you got to want it. Got to want it more than material stuff. You got to want it more than sleep, more than hanging out, more than gossiping, more than wasting time on this. That's how bad you got to want for change. Other than that, nothing is happening.
Understand who the real enemy is. Who not the people that look like you. It's not the Caucasian. It's not the Asian. It's not the Mexican. You know, it ain't the African, Somalian. It ain't all of these different mix of people that we diverse with in this world. That's not the real enemy. The real enemy is the one who put these materialistic things for you to desire. You know, who put the riches for you to desire, the big houses and the cars and all these things, man. It was these things were put into place for you to go after them things and they distract you with those things, but in reality, what you really need to be searching for, like Unc always say, the best version of yourself. You didn't neglected who you are.
Yeah.
Because the real enemy, these people sit back and press buttons. They don't have a conversation with you.
Yeah.
They still try to figure out when we figure out one loophole, they creating two more loopholes.
Yeah.
You know.
I said this
like
before on
Kel
another
said,
live.
I'm bound by my destiny.
Yep. 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 I said this on the thing. I think it's one.
That's a powerful statement.
Yeah. Yeah. It was something that I believe that was implemented and it was very instrumental in the breakdown of society as a whole, as we know it today. I mentioned the word earlier than I did on the other live. And what I'm talking about is think about when we did not have microwaves. Let me give you a short example. I was in a jerk place a few months ago, and I'm really not familiar with the whole process of what Uber Eats, you know, all of that, DoorDash, all that kind of stuff. But this young lady was in there for one of those particular things, picking up food, and she became very agitated on the waiting time process. This is how we have been hooked and manipulated, or something like that. That I just said, the microwave, forget the microwave, the instrumental concept that they had to implement that and what it did to us in our family dynamics, in our relationships. No one wants to wait and go through a process. You know what I mean? Making sure you, like that song by Derek Cody, he's preparing me. He's getting me ready for something I can't handle right now. But in our twisted thinking, we don't want to listen to our elders and our mentors, all that. We think we got it. As humans, it's a dangerous place to be in. Truly got to change your thinking. And she was rapping and raping and going off, and until one of the young men was over there trying to, you know what I mean, whether he was trying to flirt with or not, possibly or not, but she was so irate. I just sat back in the cut like I do. I'm just a laid back type of cat. You know what I mean? Remember I told you, observation and deductive reason, just common sense. I just sit back, man, it'll save your life if you utilize it. And I said, wow, I would never order from that particular thing. I said, if those are the individuals that's going to these establishments and getting my food and transporting it to me, so just throw that in there. I don't care about all that, man. I've been here such and such and such and such a time. I said, wow, you can get something real fast and quick, but the long-term effect on your body health-wise, it'll turn into cancer. It's real talk. It's real talk. This ain't no motivation. This is real talk. This is teaching mode. But to take time and let a process go through where they prepare your food properly, it's more healthy you long term. But because of the concept that was implemented in society of the microwave, the first red flag of this we see, boom, we don't want the relationship now. You know what I mean? We don't want to go through the proper dating and courtship we used to do to let the family get to know a person, see what a person's character is, see if they're in a healthy space or they still in a broken space in their life. Have they dealt with they got any unresolved issues that they have masked with degrees and stuff? It takes time to discover and find those things out. We don't want that. We want the microwave experience. As long as it looks good, it sounds good, they package it right, then we all in. And don't know a person's character, don't know what their heart is, you know what I mean? Don't know some of the things that they may have picked up in their family dynamic that influenced them, you know what I mean? You only find that out through a process. We want the microwave, man. That's what we want. We want the microwave experience to success. You know what I mean? Big Vi, a year back to Big Vi, he didn't get this channel to where it is, just taking one step here and jumping way down there, 100 steps ahead. No, this was a process. The intellect, understanding the dogfight, the attack to take a stand, to establish a platform like this. Woo, man. Don't be, you don't want to know. You don't want that. People want the quick, fast, hurry. Hey, man, can you hook me up? Hey, man, shout me out. Nobody want to put their own. They don't want to get it out the mud no more. Nobody want to get it from the bottom no more. So now you want to ride off of what I have put the sweat and blood to. That's my point. I said, man, I'd never order for no DoorDash. I said, oh no, if that's how that looks, and I said, man, that microwave introduced to society, that screwed us up as a society. We'll text somebody quick. I know sometimes you got to text and all that. I'm not saying that. Please don't miss what I'm saying. But there was a time before we even had text, man, we called people. Before we had a laptop or Google, for that means Google. Man, we went to the library. We did those research for that term paper. We gathered this book. We got some encyclopedias. We did all that stuff. Man, please, we ain't on none of that stuff no more. It has crippled us. That concept of society, it crippled us. It crippled us. Like social media. About this case. People go with the narrative of what's been floating around in the sector instead of taking the time out, that word go again, doing your own personal research. So you can really stand firm. See, that's accountability though. That sheds a light on where you may not be. And sometimes our pride and our ego and being a narcissist stops us from taking change. Because change is uncomfortable. But it's necessary if you're trying to be the better version of you. I yield back, big guy.
But the thing is, a lot of people would rather not go and do the research so they can use that as an excuse to say they didn't know.
Ain't that crazy, nephew? That warped sense of thinking? Wow. But that's what it is, though. You see that?
It's 5:20. I'm gonna get some. Yeah, man. That's what it is. Man, a lot of these people, they gonna take the easy way out. Say, I'm just gonna repeat what I say. So if I get found to be wrong, then I just say I didn't know. I ain't never looked it up before. So sometimes people gonna be quick to repeat something they heard versus research it. Because if they have to go and research, it's gonna take them too long to read. By the time they get to reading it and finally understand the truth gonna be out. But like you say, man, that's just what it is. When I first got into this R. Kelly thing, I knew nothing about nothing. I had
Right.
no idea about nothing. But what I did do, I listened to people, and I didn't just take what I was hearing and just went and repeated it verbatim to what I heard. I went and I looked into shit. I researched what I could research. Try to bring as much facts as I can. Bring to the channel. You see people. If people understand how I operate on this channel, when I speak on things, I try to bring the pictures up on the screen. I try to bring the research up on the screen. I try to show like I done went and found this information, I try to prove it versus me just coming on here speaking a lot of shit, just saying a lot of shit. Because guess what? You are more convincing when you can speak with conviction versus you speaking and you trying to think about what I'm gonna say next. Or somebody say how you know that, then you like, shit, man, I seen that on old boy page. Yeah, yeah. Then you say, who is old boy? Oh yeah, but you ain't see all these videos when he said this man was guilty, 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 guilty. But he put out one video saying, oh, he might be innocent, and you gonna run with that video as your proof?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We gotta do better. We gotta do better as individuals, man. When we seek to understand. And if you are like that about this type of situation, you like that when it comes to the Bible, You like that when it comes to work. You like that when it comes to your children, your family. I mean, you are. That's just your person. That's your character. Because if you're a person of understanding, you're gonna always seek understanding. If you're a person of knowledge, you're gonna always seek knowledge, no matter the situation. If you're a gossiper, you're gonna run with gossip. If you messy as fuck, you gonna be messy as fuck, no matter what the situation is. This is just who you are. This is your DNA, your makeup. But until somebody hold you accountable for your bullshit, then you might see, well, you know what, I gotta stop coming at Big Vi on this side because shit, he don't roll like that. Y'all see, I don't do drama. I don't do mess. I don't do disrespect, negativity. I don't care who it is. But you guys hold me accountable. So that what makes me have to stay on my swell. Because if I fall off, I know I got people that I can trust that's gonna say, Big Vi, you slipping, you getting into the rumors, you getting into the gossip. We
Yeah,
don't want to do that. You know.
yeah. And sometimes if you understand and just in general in life, you have to stand up for yourself and fight back. You have to have a certain intellectual maturity and awareness to know how to maneuver through that. You know what I mean? And my point is that I heard it say, and we have heard it say a lot of times because we wasn't a soldier in the midst of the war. Why he not speaking up? Why he ain't saying? He should have said. He said, and I said it on I think the other live that we did 25 live. Your thoughts are not my thoughts. Your way of doing stuff is not my way of doing stuff. We don't all interpret and process information the same. We are uniquely different as a human. And people don't get that. But you have to have a highly sensible awareness of intellect to even comprehend what I just said. You know what I mean? And respect someone's freedom of expression as they articulate whatever it is that they articulate. You know what I mean? And I don't think I'm like Bobby Womack saying that song. I don't think you just be just saying something on top of just to be saying something. You know what I mean? I think Facts of Life is the song I'm talking about by Bobby Womack. You know what I mean? But it only happens when you able to be able to go, and he was. Sometimes you don't need to say nothing. When you know, see, nephew, I don't know what it is. I can't explain it really, but it's just a breath of fresh air. It's so exhilarating when you can just stand on your truth and you have to stand there and defend yourself. Let them get exhausted with all that mess that they're gonna throw out. Because all it is to get you, like Dean always say, to get you off your pivot. As the words of Kevin Gates, is to get you tricked out of your position. That's why if you don't, it's so important to have a high sense of awareness. Because if you don't know who you are and whose you are, man, people are spending you for the rest of your life. And you just be a nice, good lick and use you up until they can't use you no more.
Yeah, and then get mad when you stop producing.
Or cut them off.
Yeah, you using me. You get mad at me because I realize that you've been using me the whole time.
The audacity. But that, hey, you got to have a heightened sense of awareness to be aware of that, to know that's what it is. And now, how do I navigate through this mess? Because it's a part of life. I'm not gonna let that interfere and stop my journey to success, to fulfilling my purpose and my destiny. No. So what do I have to do? You see what, like in the words of Chaos. And as for Robert, here's what I gotta do. Get rid of all those clowns and get myself a whole nother crew. From top to bottom, from A to Z. Yep. One to infinity, clean house, sweep it clean. And yeah, it's I gotta be prepared because it's gonna be some people feeling some type of way. when I do that. That's part of it.
No doubt, no
Part
doubt.
of it. Can't touch them now. Can't touch them now. Oh, y'all can try to do all this foolery y'all doing before this appeal come out. Do your best, because once this appeal gets overturned, look out, look out, look out. And don't think them prosecuting people ain't slow. They smart. They see. They know. That's why they doing all the foolery now. And still using a lot of us in the community to sway our perception like they did that jury. And some people, nephew, just don't want to wake up. They just don't want to get involved. And I understand that position. You know what I mean? But then you just taking up space. Why you here? Because no decision to stand up for what's right or what's wrong, no decision that you make, you still made a decision. So I might as well make a decision like that's going to benefit me and my family and my purpose and my destiny and I might as well make a good decision. And even if I make the wrong decision, I can step back and say, shucks, I missed that. Okay. I see, I got to make some adjustment. Ooh, that's what I missed. It only happens when you have a high sense of awareness and you have the ability to self-assess and evaluate whatever's happening is going on so you can apply the lessons that life is teaching you. That's if you're not ready to lay down and you know there's still more in you, then you owe it to yourself. Man, a woman don't stand for something, they'll fall for anything and amount to nothing.
Hey, Muse.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Muse. Have you ever heard this saying? Once you get tired of sitting on them nails, you're gonna get up and do something about it.
No, I don't think I heard that. Wow.
That's a phrase my uncle was telling me about a situation. He said, "Yeah, when you get tired of sitting on them nails, you're gonna get up and do something about it." So that's what Kales did, and it seemed like the minute he done that, everybody had a problem with it.
Right. I think he was making some effort. And, sometimes you can't let like they say, the left hand know what the right hand is doing.
Right.
And then some things you just know when you do it, okay, it's gonna come to like we gonna know, okay. I'm prepared. I'm ready. I'm ready for whatever. You know what I mean? And that's just the challenge, man. It's like, man, but bro, that ain't fair, man. That's life, man. Like, man, this journey ain't easy, man. And no parent, man, is given a manual or blueprint. You got to learn this stuff, trial and error as you go, man.
You definitely right about that. And the thing that upsets me the most is a lot of people act like this stuff don't go on. I mean, we all having a hard time. Everybody has a hard time going through life. I mean, everybody's road to success or wherever they're trying to get to is not going to be an easy road. You're going to have bumps. You're going to have signs. They're going to lead you off to another road, and that road going to lead you to another road. So everybody's road is not going to be the same. So some of the people act like that. But whatever the case may be, people act like that his road and other people's road are just peaches and cream. And that's what goes into the fact is you got to do your research. You got to look and see the nuance of what happened and why is it happening. It's just not happening just to him. It's happening to everybody. It's happening to us because this is our history. This is just not something we're going to ever forget. This is part of our history too because our people that came before us, they also had history as well. They had people getting killed and getting fed to alligators and things. That was their history, but it all relates back to us. We're watching our people. Some of our people getting fed to the masses, and some of us are just sitting up there like, well, go ahead and do it. It don't affect me. It does affect you. It affects us all.
Yeah. I'm just determined to get what is owed to me. You know what I mean? What I deserve, rather. You know what I mean? And we all should have that mindset.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? You deserve goodness. You deserve well-being. You deserve it. At the same time, there's an enemy force that's trying to stop you from getting that. And
Right.
like said, okay, how bad do you want it though? Do you just like kind of want it? Do you want it bad as you want to breathe? Do you want it more than sleep? You know what I
Right.
mean? Because it said so many times I've heard with life coaches and a lot of individuals say that if you're going to succeed in whatever it is your thing, then you have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable.
All
Because
right.
success is a very uncomfortable place to be in. Because
Now
you got to stretch yourself. You got to take on new boundaries and new things that you might not, that's coming. You got to always be reinventing yourself, as you growing and learning. And like I said, people want the microwave experience. They want what's comfortable and safe. And success required change. And change is a very uncomfortable place, even for this sector, for people to change their perspective and say, wait a minute, I was wrong. Man, all the time I'm thinking this man was charged with this and that. And I did my research and woo woo woo. That ain't what he even charged for. Why did they put that out like that? That should give you should be upset about that.
Absolutely.
Because it should show you and reveal to you how this system works between a certain demographic. You should be upset about that and make your voices heard. That's how important, how serious it is, and how so much bigger than Mr. Cosby, Mr. Kelly, Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, so on and so forth. Johnny Depp. It's so much bigger because if that can happen with them, who at the end of the day are flesh and blood, just like you and I. They human just like you and I.
Mm-hmm.
They just got a gift and a talent they use that get them to the status where they at. But we all got the same 24 hours. They
Yep.
don't. They got the same 24 hours that we do. And as long as you wake up in the good Lord, you get that first call, like nephew say, and you got breath in your arm, you got activity of your limbs, you got good reading for your health, you clothed in your right mind. And when you woke up, that bed that we laid in, Lex, was not our cooling board. Them blankets that we covered up to warm us, to keep us from the chill, was not our rolling sheets. We got the blood still running warm in our veins. Then he ain't finished with us yet. It's
Absolutely.
still another opportunity to make the necessary adjustments to do it better than I did yesterday. But you got to know that you're worthy of that you're deserving of that. And you are not who you have become. Meaning, because we've experienced certain things or this happened or someone said that, we take on that persona and think, no. If find out what your roots are, your gifting, what God said you are. That's
Most
who you
of
are.
it
You
are.
walk in that.
Why people wait till it knock at their door in order for them to want to
I don't
experience
know.
all of
Man.
those things you
I
just said.
I don't understand that.
You don't hear "all Lord" into the midst of death.
Huh,
Then they
huh,
start questioning God. Why?
huh.
Well, you late.
Yeah.
It's too late to start the questioning and the whys and the why me and why not you? Why not? Why not any human being to go through life? Life is life. We just in it.
Yep.
You know, God already, He already gave. You know what I'm saying? We have to give. We can't hold on to this thing that we call life, and a lot of us misuse it. We mistreat it. We mishandle it. We don't appreciate it until we get to that sick bed, or we get into a tight spot. That's the wrong time. Half of us, for all of us that understand what R. Kelly has been going through over these last 4 years, going on 5, It's a lot of people out here would not even fathom enduring,
Yep.
not even a half, just a third, to go through your whole life. When you talk about the solar coast, what this man has endured throughout his life from a child all the way up into an adult, and to still have his sanity, to still have love in his heart, to still care for people, to still want to do it for his fans, to still want to protect his wife, still want to have a relationship with his children, still not wish death or evil on the people that wish death or evil upon him. Man, you
Yeah.
understand? That's not an average human being that's walking this earth that can say they didn't experience. We goddamn get a disconnect notice in the mail and we ready to go crazy. We get an eviction letter, we ready to go crazy.
Yep.
We lose our
Yep.
job, we ready to go crazy. We can't pay our car note, we ready to go crazy. Like, come on, man.
You feeding them now? You feeding them now?
Yes, sir. Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
How many of us can endure what this brother has endured over a 30-year span continuously? I mean, the devil has been at it trying to take this brother out every which way he can. And you only say you ain't never been hurt until you've been hurt by somebody that you thought would never hurt you.
Mm-hmm.
That's a loved one, a sister, a brother, an uncle. This is my best friend. Somebody that you will share your life with. Somebody that you will give your life for. I'll give my life for you, but you won't give your life for me. You'll sit here and know these people lining me up and won't even say, hey, get out the line of fire. You would let me walk right in it. But if it was you, I would do something totally different. This is the type of life that this man has been living and enduring. But these people didn't understand. This man's spiritual relationship with God is what has protected him and continue to protect him. While you got people like Mike Tyson and Tony Ayo, oh, he ain't gonna make it. Oh, he gonna be on. Man, R. Kelly gonna make it any fucking where he go. Do you understand the anointings that God got on this brother? This man walk in any room and they swear he got on all white with feathers on his back. This is the type of presence he presents. Man, nobody care about these bullshit charges that they talking about this man that committed. That is R. Kelly, man. Cause guess what? When he go inside that place, man, I remember you made this song. I was going through this. I remember this song, man, got me through that. The level of appreciation that people have for their brother gonna always give him credibility that a lot of people wish they had. And I yield back.
Yeah, they stop all the lies they've been spewing so much. I mean, why you gotta lie about what this man done went through? Because he put that video out. I think it was like a 45-minute video about his life and how he started and how he had to go through it and do different things. How he had to
Yeah.
ride on back on a motorcycle or wherever to get to California. I think that's what he was talking about. So the point of the matter is he was able to endure everything that he's endured up until now. He's still enduring everything, and with the help of God, he's made it through. So who are we to say that he's not going to make it? Because I know for sure I'll be very, very, very upset at the people who sit there and done me like that. I know I'll be ready to get at him real bad, but that's why he's the chosen one. He still loves everybody, even the ones who wronged him. He still has love for everybody. So we got to take that into account and look at it for what it is. No, he's the chosen one. We can't sit there and say, well, he can't be the chosen one because God hadn't let him down yet. But by him being where he is now, we are able to see the lies that's being uncovered right before us because we didn't know a lot of this stuff while he was out. We probably would have never found it out until somewhere down the road. But now that he's been set down for a while, everybody's talking and tongues are getting tied, tongue tied and whatnot, and they can't remember they lied. And now we were able to see
Skylight,
what was really going on.
Skylife, if you got a minute, hit that link, Skylife, if you got a minute. I don't know if you was on here yet, Lex, when they talk. Demetrius Smith say he used to film the talent shows at Kenwood Academy. Well, you
What?
don't hear? You ain't hear that part?
Oh yeah, I think I had came in kind of on the tail end of it, but I think I remember y'all was saying something about he was filming, so I started putting two and two together. I said, well, if he was doing all that, he probably put the plot together to try to film and make the tape.
That's what I was getting at. Now he say he was filming these talent shows and he was selling them to the people who were performing so they could see themselves on a tape. Oh, this right here. So they could see themselves on VHS. So to me, now this man when he said that was my first time hearing it, you know, and I don't know if people really understand, you know, that dynamic when you think about this. Cause what is he doing at Kenwood High School if he wasn't a teacher, a janitor, a staff member, or none of that? What are you doing at a high school talent show recording?
Mm-hmm.
And this came straight from his mouth.
Yeah.
So now you got to think about this. Now we understand how he was able to meet a Tiffany Hawkins, Javante Cunningham, and all these different people. What up, Skylight?
Oh, you got me in there. How you doing?
Oh yeah, I'm doing all right, man. I said.
How you doing, sister?
Hey, who was that?
That's
Muse
Lex.
Black.
That's Muse and Lex.
Yeah.
New
Uncle
Black
What's up, Sky? How you doing?
in Lexington. Hey, what's up, y'all? I'm sorry I can't see and got my glasses on.
So I played a video clip today of Demetrius Smith on Nick at Night. And I heard this fool say he used to be at Kenwood Academy filming the talent shows. And he would say, Demetrius himself, say he would be at Kenwood Academy filming the talent shows. And after the talent show, he would catch up with the people who were performing and offer to sell them VHS tapes of themselves. Which
I wonder.
Okay, so now this it just goes back to all how he tried to make this shit with Tiffany Hawkins and all these, how he was able to meet and interact with all these young girls that he was getting pregnant, that he was blaming R. Kelly for. So we done heard this rumor. We heard this. All right, bro. We done heard this rumor and this narrative about R. Kelly being up around Kim, and this was in '85 now. This was in '85. He said. But we done heard this narrative. Why we done heard so much about R. Kelly being up around Kenwood Academy? And we ain't heard shit about Demetrius Smith being up around Kenwood Academy all the time.
Right. Right. Well, you know, see, then this is what people have to realize. R. Kelly is the target. Okay, so I don't care, even with the whole thing with the whole bribery charge. We clear on Demetrius Smith was the one that did that, but guess what? They got attack Kells in there. You see what I'm saying? So, and anybody that does not know, and I mean, but anybody from Chicago can vouch for me. Chicago is a corrupt place, and I'm a pause.
Oh yeah, I know it's corrupt because me myself personally, you know, I like to watch a lot of the documentaries, right? And I used to tell, I went back like when I seen, and what made me watch back was the Judas, and when I watched the Judas and Black Messiah, the story of Fred Hampton. When I watched that, it made me want to dig back and look at shit. Even how with Al Capone, the corruption, like it's been around since that time. Chicago been corrupted.
Yeah.
But to understand how the federal government they try to use the Black Rangers as Jeff Ford and the Black Rangers to go against the Black Panthers to start a war because they didn't want to see them two coming together.
Yeah.
And when that didn't work for the government, they did what they did, like how they went about taking Fred Hampton out. They used a black person that got inside of the Black Panthers. It's crazy. Like the same shit with R. Kelly. How they use somebody to infiltrate his camp, come in, set up certain things, commit these crimes, and at the end of the day, they pin it on R. Kelly like they did with Fred Hampton. Like they had somebody come in. This guy was already convicted. He got caught on a whole nother crime. They used him to get inside the Black Panther Party, and this dude did all that destruction. A brother caused all that destruction for the federal government.
Yeah. Was and see, this is the thing. Chicago and even with Demetrius Smith, okay, and I'm not just gonna say him. I'm gonna say anybody from Chicago, and I gotta raise my hand and include myself. We have the ability to be corrupt, okay, because when you grow up in that environment, you see what I'm saying? When you grow up among Vikings, you become a Viking and you learn their ways. So, but you have to make choices in life to decide, am I going to go with the Viking, be a Viking, or I'm going, do a path of righteousness. So understand that, and I'm not trying to, we include chaos too. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Demetrius Smith, we already see he was involved with the bribery. I don't put nothing past Demetrius Smith, because everything in Chicago is for sale. Okay, people will sell. I mean, a boxer. It'll be a VCI that they picked up off the corner and sell it. It's retarded.
Right.
So him taking pictures of them, reselling the pictures or whatever it was, I'm not surprised.
VHS.
Yeah, okay,
So if he was
VHS.
reproducing VHS, it goes to question about this whole sex tape, VHS sex tape and everything. Like me, it makes me question everything, because you say you met Robert, he was shy and standoffish, but then you go and say he was being aggressive with Tiffany and Javante and all them, and you felt like it was a red flag to you, so you went and told the record labels like, this don't look good. How can you say something don't look good with R. Kelly playing amongst teenagers that's his peers? Because these women ain't young, as they said. They lying about their age. Because when you do the math now, they all around the same age. We talk about Tiffany Hawkins and R. Kelly and Javante and all them. So he gonna make it seem like, oh, R. Kelly he had a relation, he was playing with them, but it wasn't sexual. But the way that he was playing with them, it didn't look right. So he went and told the record companies and the parents, this, that, and the third, that it didn't look right. But come on, Demetrius Smith, you was a criminal before you met R. Kelly, man.
Thank you, and I'm just gonna say, in Chicago, everybody has a hustle, okay? Especially if you got any ties to the street. Like me, I kept one foot in the streets, okay? So you're going to have some type of hustle. But if you got a person out there that's from the streets and they surviving off the streets, anything goes. You see what I'm saying? So him trying to act like he a saint, come on now. I don't believe none of that. Because, you know what I'm saying? Dude, just stop.
There you go, Scott. There you go. That's what I've been saying.
Stop.
How can you believe anything out of his mouth when see here got a baby by Tiffany Hawkins? You was having
this is the thing. This is the crazy thing, because R. Kelly is the target, but I promise you, you can go knock on doors. It is so many men that got kids by younger women in Chicago. It's a shame. It's shameful, y'all.
Let me tell you,
and that's why I really look at this case and I'm like, how dare y'all lock him up like he is a monster and he the most corrupt out the group.
Man, my son mama, and I didn't find this out until my son mama funeral, that her mama had her when she was 15. They from Chicago. My son mama is from Chicago. Her mama was 15 when she had her, but her dad, this dude was like 23, 24 years old.
Thank you.
And I didn't know, and I understood that she was adopted to her auntie. So I didn't, I understood that part, but I didn't know why until her funeral came about. And the guy, he come introducing himself to me, like, yes, I'm her dad. I'm like, what the hell? Like, I'm like, so then the mama and the dad both there, so they get to telling me the story how she ended up being adopted by the auntie. And I'm like, wow, this dude was 23, she was 14 going on 15.
All day.
Years old.
All day. And see, and let me give you a little history because I know I'm older than you. Back in the day, stuff like that used to happen. However, they wouldn't, I should say, how should I put it? Some families would be so embarrassed and ashamed by it, they would send the kid to a relative out of state to hide what happened.
Sky.
Correct.
That's what I'm explaining to you exactly what happened. My son mama was adopted by her auntie, which her auntie was married to a man that was in Fort Comfort. He was he was in the military, your army or one of them. So she, my son mama went to go stay with got adopted by her auntie and husband because the grandma said that she didn't want her daughter 14, 15 years old walking around Chicago with a baby on her side. It didn't look right. It wouldn't have looked right. And people would have been questioning it. That's exactly what you said was the story that was told to me by my son's grandma. I'm like, wow. And they from Chicago.
And guess what? And that's what I try and get people who are anti-Kels to understand. We not saying that it's okay. And I have to use the word. I made a mistake on my channel and said normal. It's not normal, but it's customary. Okay, meaning that it happens a lot in Chicago. Not to say it's not happening nowhere else. I'm only from Chicago. I only know what I can only talk on what I've seen and you know what I'm saying, grew up around. But that's what's customary. So to try and act like Kels is some one-man demon that we gonna make him the scapegoat of all of this. I mean, it drives me crazy because that's why for a minute I was putting up I was trying to find video clips of this child, so being violated, that child being violated, so people could see it's real live predators in Chicago. Okay, while y'all trying to make him be one, it's one that would have got a hold of some of these girls and we wouldn't have seen them again.
Right. You could take that a step further. It's a lot of predators in the industry. Look at all those people Big Bob just named out the other day. You got like Roman Polanski and the other guy that was on that 70s show. He just sexually assaulted somebody. Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein. The list goes on and on. Charlemagne the God, Torre. But everybody got their target on Kale.
And we talking about real children, man.
But the white community, this is what they do. They co-sign them 24, 25-year-old men to date their daughters. I done seen it. I done heard a guy that I used to work with say his daughter, it's already a proposal for his daughter to marry this other man's son when she hit 16.
After you got the milk let.
And they are allowing it.
Yes. And that's the thing. And some of the people that Lil Mac named, we're talking about real children, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, not young adults, not teens, adult teens. What's the word? Older teens. Yeah, but we talking about real kids. But they want to act like they trying to put. They would say, "Child, he messed with children." That's a lie.
Right then to pick back off what you said. Kim Fox had the nerve and audacity to bring charge against Kels on Jerona Pace when Jerona Pace openly admitted that her father, her uncle sexually assaulted her when she was 5 years old. But why Kim Fox, they pursue charges on that?
Because Kels is the target. That's what people have to understand.
I tell you why she didn't pursue charges on it. Because they only raised the statute of limitations in Las Vegas, California, and New York. The only 3 states where it lifted that statute of limitation where they can go back in time to bring charges. And those are the only states where Bill Cosby R. Kelly was being accused of?
Dirty rats. That's some dirt. That's dirty rats, some dirty rats. And that's why I'm trying to tell people. I'm like, at the end of the day, always remember, even when I'm arguing with people, I'm like, understand that Kels is the target. Okay, I got people that are my friends, and we were just arguing the other day. I heard he was messing with kids, and I'm like, what kids? He's like, 5 or 6 years. I'm like, you and I, who told you that? Like, and why would you believe that?
How the
You
hell
see what I'm saying?
5-6-year-old can be around a grown ass R&B singer? Make that make sense.
Right.
Like we just said,
right.
like we said a little earlier, though, man, they running with what they heard.
Yes.
Right.
I remember a time in the hood where you don't speak on what you don't know.
Thank you.
know,
That's it.
That was a law.
Yep.
That law has long gone left the community.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Even as a child, if I was a kid and when growing up in the South where I grew up, and this R. Kelly case was going on, I wouldn't be able to tell y'all shit about it. Because when adults were having conversations, kids were made to go in the room or outside. You ain't sitting here listening and looking in no grown-up face. You know, and if you repeated something that your mama was talking to somebody about,
got your ass
you get hit in your mouth.
Your ass
Yes. You better not say nothing. You better sit there and not be sane, but you know, because I ain't gonna lie, I used to listen, but I better not say a word.
Right.
Not near a word. And I'm gonna tell you, let me tell y'all this too. Now, this is what was funny. And that's why I was like, see, you want to sit up here and argue with me about Kel. This is what he said, right? Okay, so he got a son about to go to college, y'all. So his son was like, hey, Dad, you know, you're gonna have some drinks with me, you know what I'm saying? So I can kind of prep myself for for college. You know, he was talking about that debate, should he do it or not? And he was like, yeah, because I told him, you know, if you have sex with the girl and she drunk, you know, he was saying something. And I was like, bruh, I'm like, you can't have sex with no with a female that's intoxicated or impaired. Now y'all tell me why. Why can't you have sex with a person that is drunk or
impaired?
Or
she
high?
can't
Okay.
consent.
There you go. Cause she cannot consent because she is impaired. Do you see what I'm saying? See, so why he sitting up there worried about some R. Kelly sleeping with a 6-year-old? You could have been talking to me, following this case, getting knowledge to help support your own son, and you would have learned that. I learned that by following the R. Kelly case. You cannot have sex with a person that's intoxicated because they can wake up and say you raped them. Stupid.
That's the
I'm
reason
sorry.
why I told people the shit with these women coming at Bill Cosby is a goddamn lie. First of all, if you were drugged and you woke up and nobody was there, how the fuck can you say you were raped? You don't remember shit. You were drugged.
Yeah.
Shit make sense.
Y'all was drugging. So and I was thinking about that too. I'm like, so how y'all get Bill Cosby? Because you consented. Well, I know why. They tried to say they didn't consent to the drug. They tried to act like he was drugging them without their consent.
Man, no matter how they try to twist this shit up, Sky, people with logical thinking minds gonna always make this shit make sense.
Always.
You can't just run shit by me, Big Five, and expect for me to take it with a grain of salt. How you were drugged? How do you remember you were raped, but you said you were drugged? What are the side effects of being drugged? That means you lose your state of presence. That means you don't know where you at. You don't even that's a blacked out moment of time until you come to yourself and you realize, damn, now you asking, how did I get here? You really don't even know how you got there.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. See, people, it's the little things now, because ain't nobody saying support Kels, okay? I'm saying pay attention to the case, learn from what happened to him, because they don't understand once certain things have become case law, it can affect you. And that's what he's not getting, because they think, well, my kid ain't got to be dating no younger women. You don't know what he gonna do. Okay, first of all, but second, this case is not just about that. Stupid. They make me so sick.
Especially if he just off the porch. He gonna any woman offer him some coochie, he gonna try to take it. He ain't gonna be looking at the age. So
he headed to college. In college, I promise you, the first year, it was drinking, it was drugs, it was sex and mayhem. Okay, that's what people are trying to engage you in.
I know.
So if your kid is not strong enough to have some type of, I don't even know what the word is, but morals and mentality, and don't fall.
Compass,
yeah, and not what's they call that? Don't fall to peer pressure. They in trouble.
You can't be no follower. If you're a follower, your ass good as gone.
You done.
You might well go ahead and smoke crack.
Yes.
Chapter 7.
Because they gonna start y'all with the weed. Then they gonna lace you weed. They gonna have you all type of stuff. Put stuff in your drinks. Yeah.
Your son come home, and let them know the first semester your son say he not coming home. You might want to go up and visit him because he gone.
Oh yeah, I'm going up. I'm going up. I'm going up with a lie detector.
And I was telling them earlier, we were talking about Zion Williams and different people. Like a lot of these guys, these guys have been protected and sheltered to make it to where they at now in life. And they get to where they at, and now they want to relive this lifestyle that they have seen growing up that they weren't able to live. And now this shit is costing you. You know what I'm saying? That's why I respect my grandma. I respect my granddad. I respect my mama, my dad, because I was able to bump my fucking head countless of times, make mistakes as a teenager, and learn from that shit. And now you see a finished product in my 30s that people look at it and be like, damn, they wise. I'm wise because I've been through it. I've been inside. I done been interrogated. I done seen detectives take trips and come and sit in my living room. I done been there before. I know how I feel to be under pressure.
There you go.
A lot of these kids that get millions of dollars ain't never been under pressure in their life. And you got a shitload of money and don't understand the rules and the laws that come with it. Just because you're rich don't mean you're above the law.
So don't. But I'm going to tell you one thing, though. When you got money, you can pay to win. Because I'm going to tell anybody, Kels got convicted because his bread went up. Okay? That case was beatable. Okay? But he needed to have money to fight that case the way he needed to fight it. Like when he had that money back in what was that?
02, 08, and Sony backed him too then. Well, they wasn't backing him at first. Like I told people, if you go back and listen to his interview with Travis Smiley, Sony had backed away. When he put out Remix the Ignition and that shit went platinum, Sony came back and put that money behind him because they seen that it was still a market for him. But this time around, Me Too, all them, they studied this shit and they came back. When they studied the first case, they came back and say, how do we attack to where he's not able to get the funds? So they start attacking his shows. They start attacking the shows, protesting out in front of the show. They start attacking Sony. Everybody moved back. They cut the money off, and then they came in and brought the charge.
Yes.
Boom.
Just like that. But see, that's the whole thing. Had his bread been up, he would have had the right attorney sitting there from the rip. Okay, and that case would have been beat. Period. Because once again, and New York ain't short now. They corrupt too. Just like judges get paid in Chicago and attorneys get paid in Chicago, the same thing happened all around the world. They would have Kels would have beat that case, y'all.
And you see, New York was corrupt just simply on the bribery charge. Demetrius Smith's testimony excluded R. Kelly from the bribery all the way. He was their eyewitness testimony to R. Kelly supposedly being bribed and official. He said R. Kelly didn't do it. He had no knowledge of it. Then he said, I did it. You know, but how did Ann Donnelly come back with a guilty charge on bribery when your eyewitness testified that he was the one who did it? And can it read the direct statement from his grand jury testimony?
Right.
He said R. Kelly had nothing to do with it. He also
Yeah.
said Aaliyah was never pregnant. So if Aaliyah was never pregnant, but y'all claim that the marriage was to cover up the pregnancy. So if she was never pregnant, according to Demetrius, how could now that mean the marriage never happened? If
But
the
see, that's
marriage
the
was
thing.
only to cover up the pregnancy, this shit is it's a lot of doubling back. So you saying one thing, then you come back. It was a lot of contradictions to me. Because you
This
say
another
she was
thing people
pregnant,
ain't
but the
looking at
marriage
news.
was to cover up the pregnancy for her to have an abortion. But why would you go get married? You get a fake ID to get married versus then going to have an abortion, and you don't even have to get married. It's just a bunch of dumb shit.
But this is my thing. I would have busted that whole scenario because how you go if she was pregnant? I want to see. I want the Okay, give me 2 minutes. Okay. I want the placenta set. I want to know. I want to know where the abortion was. Oh, with a real baby of Aaliyah and R. Kelly stand up. What? I need to see something. You
Not
ain't
the
getting
baby
away
of
with that.
goddamn Ashanti McGee and goddamn Demetrius Smith, because I don't know who that girl was talking about. She got a 1 in a million eye condition. Your ass ain't come
Man,
from
that
no
was.
Aaliyah and R. Kelly.
She looked like. I ain't even gonna talk about the girl. I'm
Cheryl
just gonna
Mackey,
say, stop,
Demetrius
girl.
Smith had that motherfucker.
I told you that.
Yeah, I was gonna say stop. But you know what? Look, I'm gonna try and chime back in. I gotta deal with this contractor real quick, but I'm gonna try and tap back in.
All right,
right.
thank you,
All
Scott.
right, y'all, take care.
Okay,
All right.
Scott.
Free cows.
Scott, like, what up, Hawk?
Yeah, man, I had accidentally bumped myself out. I said, oh, shucks.
Yeah, man.
Always Skylight coming and coming to the hood, man. It's always a treat, man. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Skylight be on it, man. I honestly, everything she said about them younger girls having, kids and different things at that time, it was verbatim to what was told to me from my son's grandma. When her mama had my son's mama, she was young, but the guy was much older, and
Right.
it's just I guess in a city like Chicago, it ain't permitted for a 14, 15-year-old girl to be walking around with a baby on her hip. But if she was in the South, your ass
Right.
was gonna be rearing that baby. You ain't going outside no more.
Right.
That shit over with. You finna raise this baby. You wanna have a baby, you finna raise it.
Right. Yeah.
Then you gonna go to school. Ain't no dropping out.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That go back to what I was saying. You know what I mean? Yeah, like the father being in the home and us doing, that it's just it's a
But look
continuous.
how the government attacked that.
Yeah, it's continuous.
The government attacked it. The job market. We going through depression back in the day. The government used that depression to come against the black fathers and tell the mother, look, we give you welfare. Like I say, man, they giving the white folks welfare, but they ain't telling the white people that the man can't be in the house. But when it comes to black folks, we gotta hurt the man. And it took me a while when I was having my children to understand, like, look, let me tell you something. If this government give a black woman something, or a woman, period, they want somebody to pay them back.
Yes.
They consider food stamps a loan. They consider medical a loan. They consider all of the shit that they give a woman when she birthed a child. They consider it to be a loan. And they need somebody to pay. They want somebody to pay that loan back, which become the black man and tell you hey, if he's badly making it, but he's there taking care of his family, he busting his knuckles trying to make ends meet. And then here they go telling him, well, look, we gonna take $150 out of your $200 check. Then shit, what they gonna leave the black man to do? I gotta go hustle. You know what I'm saying? I gotta go get a tax-free job somewhere where they ain't taking my money.
Right.
And then
Right.
you take it up. Now you taking. I never understood that. My dad would say, "I'm out here taking penitentiary chances." Well, look, man, I didn't know what that shit meant when I was
Uh.
7, 8 years
Right,
old. You know what I'm
right.
saying? But
He
when
ain't
I
just a
became
girl.
a grown man and started having children for myself, I understand the sacrifices that you make to take care of
Yeah.
your child, your
Yeah.
children, your child, whatever, man. Even the sacrifices that like Unc probably could attest to because he's much older. The sacrifices that you made as a young teenager to help mama make ends meet if daddy wasn't in the house. You
Right.
know, uh, a lot of times you have to go out and get a job and you have to work to try to help mama pay bills because shit, dad ain't here. I grew up, like I say, I just thank God that I was able to grow up and have a granddaddy that taught me working skills and ethics, certain things that I was gonna need in order to make it in life. My grandma always worked, always taught me hard work, different things like that. But some situations are less fortunate, and all you can do is play the hand that you dealt.
Yeah. 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 I want to revisit something that Skylar was saying. I,
Okay.
I I I I agree with everything she was saying, but what I wanted to add or point out is that I think even if he had his money up because of how they planned and the work and the years they put in to
Mhm.
make sure this time around that they would have used what they had charged him with to freeze his access, the access and the money
Mhm.
he did. Because their explanation would have been what they like they said, this is how he's been, through his career using his power, this position. So that would have gave them, of course, okay, an excuse for the prosecutor side to freeze his money. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So it still wouldn't make no, That's how
Yeah,
to
they
keep
they was
it.
they was out.
You,
Yeah,
They was out to get him.
what would have kept him out this situation was, and kudos to Kev for not doing it. If he would have told them, they can have their catalog, but he didn't do that. That's why he in the situation that he in. That's
well,
what it all boiled down to.
that's really
None of
that
the
for.
surviving R. Kelly and none of this would have came out. If he would have just told them folks they could have it. But he ain't. Why would I want to give something away that I've been working 30 years of my career, of my life on?
I got,
I would
I
sit in
got
jail and rot in jail. That
Listen,
shows what type of man he is.
let's dive into that. Let's dive into that. Is that really what they just wanted? Was that all they wanted, and they would have left him alone?
I
You,
believe.
you think so, nephew? Vi?
Yeah.
No, they
I
want
think
they
they
want
want
to do
him.
it in
They
there.
want him out. They want him out of the game. They
Yes,
don't want him to be able to make
yes,
another song,
yes,
and they don't want him to be able to profit from the industry at all again. So even with the catalog, they know he can always go back and make music. He might not be able to generate that money he already generated, but man, it's just a systematic effort, man, to just ruin someone's career like that, man.
yeah. And that's why I pointed out. To what I pointed out, nephew. Um, how did the industry, or how was it beneficial when they targeted Pac and took him out, and then turned around and took Biggie out? I said it. I don't know if people really catch where I'm at. You know what I mean? Look at the impact. There is, and I believe the school is Berkeley University. I believe that's located in somewhere in California, somewhere in that particular region, where as their curriculum is part of their language art curriculum program, they are studying. It's part of a class. They are studying Pac's lyrics and his poetry. Just process that for a moment. He was only 25 when he passed. Just process that.
That man is
Now,
too much.
you follow what I'm saying, Lil Mac? Just look at that. Look at that. Look at the body of work as far as just his music alone. That when he passed, he did. So just look at me. Even if you go to award shows, even though you go to parties, even though you go mingle with your family, you got interviews, you got Photoshop, you working on this album, you working on this project. He was only 25. It was only 24 hours in a day. Hear what I'm saying? The type of work ethic and the sense of urgency, the heightened sense of awareness, and then leave this earth and then have all of that come out that you do it. Do you know what kind of grind you have to be on to produce that? And then to have your stuff in a universe, a major institution that's studying your lyrics and your poetry, and it's part of their. Tell me somebody in the game that was back then and up until now that's still living that got that kind of body of work. So look at it. So what about if if I remove you? How impactful it is the benefit if I remove you. And then Biggie didn't have that much body of work, but look at the impact that Biggie did to the industry just in the short body of work he got. So if I remove you too, you follow what I'm saying? Look what you have followed. So if I can remove Kells out the industry, he know money is coming. I'm gonna get money on this because I produce albums. I'm gonna get my money so I can have me a house and all of this. But he has a heart and a love for the art that he resurrected people's career. He was the master of remixing. How do you take your own stuff that went number one and then remix that to make that better than your original? How do you do that? So you can look at, like Boosie say, hypnotized with hatred, hypnotized with jealousy and envy. Man, we got to take him out. We got to remove him, infiltrate him. Malcolm X got to go.
And not only that, too, I think that, and they don't want an artist to make more off of their work than they have made off of it. And
Talk to me.
That's a big problem.
Walk with me.
These artists gonna recruit more off of their body of work than the label made. That ain't what the contract is for. The contract not set up for the artist to be worth more than the label.
Talk to me now.
See, they were not in the scope. What's the priority? They was mad as hell at Master P. He made all that money when he got that 90-20 deal.
He took that money and ran. Told their ass to go create their own No Limit.
Right. Hey, you see what he did, nephew? You see that? And can you imagine somebody around you like, man, you turned out a meal? Bro, how you turned that down, bro? We trying to get in and do our thing. He said, wait a minute, man. If he offered me a meal, man, how much more did I work though? But see, back to that heightened sense of awareness. If you don't know your value in your work, you can get pimped for the rest of your natural life.
And he paid Michael Jackson that money to sit down. And shit, it was only a few people paid Michael Jackson the type of money to sit down and get the knowledge to own their masters.
Woo!
You know, Master P was one, Chameleon now was one, and it was one other person, I think.
You said Chameleon now?
Chameleon now, yeah, Chameleon now. He got the game from Mike and Master P as well. That is owning your own, owning your keeping your masters, man. And in this industry, man, it's crazy that the money. And see, people say, like with Kanye, he got a lot of antics, but during the BET Award when he came on there with that mask on and them gloves, he say, I identify myself as dead. People are so caught up on this motherfucker crazy. Why he got on a jacket? Why he got that mask on? Why? But people didn't hear what he was talking about. The man was talking about telling these new artists to come, make sure y'all reading these contracts. Because they're gonna push it in these contracts, and if you just signing these contracts, then you're not gonna own you. You're just gonna be a slave for the contract.
Right.
That's why Prince went in there. Yeah.
It's a target that nephew. When you reveal that kind of secrets and truth, and when you speak openly, it costs for that, nephew. It's a cost for that. So that's why Mark said they fall back and live a never lifestyle because it's safer. Ain't nobody coming at me like that. As crazy as that might sound.
See what it is, though, the industry.
Real talk.
Industry trying to kill off all the mainstream artists no more because they ain't making no money off music no more. They trying to recruit everything that they lost back. They see it now that right now everybody doing this independent thing right now.
Yeah. That's what Senator Sane was talking about. How he broke that down. How he broke that down when he was talking. Like they don't even probably have them. And nephew pointed that out so eloquently, man. But man, he said they probably did all of this and do all of this so that if they do wind up having to get it to him, he fights all this. Then they done made that back plus something because of what man and nephew you. Woo!
When you dealing with a
They
record
not
label,
they not gonna give it up for nothing. They
Right.
gonna and now if they getting some out of the deal,
Yeah.
you know, if it's time to reconstruct,
Right.
well, we can reconstruct, but it's talking about walking away.
Right.
Nah, we just can't let it walk out the door like that.
she check this out. You don't need the record label. Really, the only thing you need them for is distributing, making
You
sure
don't
your
need them
music
for
on
distributing.
Google.
No,
You
you
don't
ain't.
you don't need them for nothing. Look how did Kevin Hart become so rich? He funded his own shows
Yeah.
and everything. You don't want to do no business with the label. You can go, especially in a
You can,
digital
Yes.
right now in the digital time we living in. That's
Nephew.
why people
Yes.
back in Houston, Texas, how these local artists in Houston, Texas are millionaires off selling CDs out of their trunk.
Yeah.
That show
Yeah.
you the power of not even
Yeah.
dealing. I'd rather sell 1,000,000 copies out of my trunk and 10,000. I can sell 500,000 copies out of my trunk at $10 a copy. You do the
Right.
math.
Right.
Versus going and paying a label for distribution. If I
Right.
sell 500,000 with a distribution deal, I'm only getting a percentage. When I can
So
sell 500,000 out my
what?
trunk and get every dime, all I
So then,
gotta pay.
so what you saying is, if you go to the label and let's say it's $10 a CD, when you go to the label, how much is the label getting off every CD?
Yeah,
I
they
think
probably
that's how
gonna get about $7. They probably gonna get about $7 off each CD.
because back
$7,
then,
$8, and $20.
I heard I heard them say back in the '90s, nephew. I don't think it was Parker. Somebody was saying that after every CD, they was getting not even a dollar, if
$10.
that. You know what I'm saying? So you think it was done by to weave out the CDs?
Man,
Is
that's
it?
why they wanted to get rid of the CD era. And then guess what? They
Hmm.
making everything digital now. Tell me how many cars you can buy that's a 2018 or higher. They got a CD player.
Yeah.
See, they
Yeah.
made everything digital because everybody, know what I'm saying, was bootlegging the CDs, so they weren't making the money off the CDs no more.
That's why
But
when I got
them boys in Houston were making money off of CDs, popping the trunk, still selling them.
right.
They still selling out the trunk in Texas. I seen it a couple weeks ago. They
Right.
still selling CD. But I saw a guy in Walmart parking lot. This man had his CD. He had a hard. Some people care for that hardback, that
Yeah.
disc. Some people want that disc. They want that hardback. You know what I'm saying?
Because my 2015 Suburban got a CD player. I made sure that it did. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
but you go up in 2018 or higher, you got a
Right.
fucking auxiliary cord. You don't
Right.
even got nowhere there to put a CD in
Right.
there.
Right. I got that in there too. When I play stuff through my phone or whatever. Yeah. I want them options. I
Appreciate
just want them options. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah, man. But Kels, man, hopefully, man, when all this is said and done and he go on, man, he's probably in there right now thinking of a way he can capitalize off of all his work and everything he's put in without having to deal with none of the other BS that comes with it, and sometimes you have to go back to the old way. Because
Yeah.
right now, if you even look at it, man, if the internet was to crash right now,
You get my point. You got my
what would
point.
streaming do? So
Yeah.
the CDs gonna always have a market.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and everything has a phase, man. But when they trying to cripple society to where we depending on
Now
all
you
the
see,
shit
man, nephew. That's what I've been saying. Yeah.
that if it crashed, then it's over with for us. It's over with. I mean, if the internet crashed for just goddamn me 2-3 hours a day, guess how much has been lost in that amount of time?
So, ooh, nephew, what you just said just reminded me of something. Look, and I'm not gonna get into this head on conspiracy. Said this, the corona was. I'm not even touching none of that. I'm not on none of that. I got some evidence and some proof. It's a book, but Dr. Blind, I ain't on none of that. I forgot the number though, nephew, but it was looked up during the pandemic. What happened? Everyone was like, now we couldn't really move around, go nowhere, and it was talked about how much did Amazon benefit from. Who else was on the thing? It was Bill Gates and the software of the metro, everything that provide. Who else? It was Warren Buffett. Well, because he got so many companies, but whatever he did was it was talking about them. I think them three individuals and their product and how it was needed for during that time and the money that it generated. I think it was somewhere in the 500. Easy was 500 million or 500 billion. I think it was. It was a lot. It was talking about across the globe. I was like, the number was staggering. The number was staggering. And I'm like, wow, man, you can be so distracted on foolery and nonsense and drama and material stuff that what you just broke down about the CD we just said, and you can miss the real game, peeping the real game, which will keep you trapped, man. Keep you nephew going in circles. Seal not coming out of your man. You see what am I thinking that nephew?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, wow. That's how you. That's why I keep saying it. A heightened sense of awareness. You got to know how to fall back, man, and peep the game. What's really going on? What's really going on? Because there's some other stuff we didn't notice in this sector, man, that be coming out and say, whoa. Like we just said to Demetrius, that's my first time ever hearing them say that about Kenwood. I never heard that before.
No, I had never heard that either. That's why I was like, "What? You were up there
That's why
venting?"
when we did the 24-hour live, you knew exactly who two people to give me and how you phrased the question to pull out of me what was pulled out of me. And I bless you and I thank you, nephew, for being able to do that and understanding that. I don't think people got that. The reason why you ask certain individuals and the way you asked us. I'm like, I've been talking about that to one of my closest road dog. I call him my PR. That I call him my public relations. You really want to get to understand that he's my PR. And I just shared with him the lab and stuff like that, some of the things, and he is feeling it 100 grand. We talk about this all the time. You know what I mean? And you and him remind me so much of each other. Y'all thinking pattern, man. Y'all intellect, man. You know what I mean? That kindred spirit. We be talking. I said, man, next time I'm gonna tell my nephew, man. I said, you gonna come on the panel, man. Come in the chat, man. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Because he liking what we putting down, and we be on the same thing. Ain't too many people I can talk about it and had a dialogue, nephew. And it's iron sharpens iron. And I think about the fact, I think he's the same age you is, nephew.
Oh yeah, man. It come with it. It come with it. You can learn from it what you want to learn from it.
Yeah.
But if you ain't willing to learn,
You're
then
bad.
you'll be lost forever. But if you willing to understand that, hey, I ain't got all the answers. You know what I'm saying?
No human does, nephew. That's what we
No,
don't understand.
but you got people that think they do.
Yeah.
You got individuals who think they do.
Yeah.
Especially the
Hey,
ones that oppose
keep them
R.
away
Kelly.
from me.
We all bring something different to the table to learn from. So that's the way it is.
Right, Lex. I think my elders, my uncle used to say back in the day, Lex. He said, first time they know everything. I had an uncle like that. He was written up, I know everything. He was like, man, keep them away from me. You know everything, and you down here with us mortals.
Yeah.
And
Right.
you're not up there sitting next to God, and you know it. Woo, I know the people with degrees, and no disrespect to them, but that's just they deceived or they don't understand, and you know,
They got degrees, but they stuck to the book. They
right,
stuck to the book and not to the
right,
street.
right,
You ask them how many lights on a caution on a red light, they don't even know.
right.
But they can tell you anything about that book, that biology book.
Right.
You ask them what you got on my 40. They don't even know what they talking about. They ain't hip to the street.
I
But see,
Debo. I
yeah,
Debo.
but I respect somebody. I respect people who know they not street that stay out of the street
Hey,
versus acting
wait,
like they street.
that's after fun for a moment. Come back.
Hey, you put a you have
Smokey playing with my money is like playing with my emotions.
Motion.
yeah.
Huh?
I big worm. I mean big worm.
What you got on my 40, homie?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Nothing.
Give it up, Red.
Nothing.
Come on, Debo. Stall him out, Debo.
I ain't
Now I
stalling
want to
shit
get
out.
some of Red money.
What Red say? Y'all could at least help me.
Right.
Man, you didn't help us when Debo
Hey,
pulled in the smoke
dear,
backyard.
hey, dear Mike F said, why y'all just standing? Y'all could have did something. Y'all just standing there, hugged up.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's your girl, man. I ain't got nothing to do. Man, what's wrong with her though, bro?
Yeah, she wants you. She wants you, man.
Hey,
Oh,
I think about this all the time. What the lives that we've been having, and the
yeah.
people coming in the chat, and they dipping in, dipping out, and people wondering, why they talking about this stuff? It brings me back when I was there with my grandmother, and I would always wonder why my grandmother and my aunties they would always on Saturday mornings they would get up, they'll cook buffalo fish. Then play cards and dominoes. So I would come downstairs and I would wonder. I said, why they got all these loaves of bread on the table and water?
Man, that buffalo, man, they too many bones. Woo.
And that's what I'm getting at right there. That's what
I
I'm
believe that.
getting at. If you don't have that bread and that water while you eating that buffalo, you're
Woo,
gonna get
man.
caught up. You're gonna get caught up.
The right person cook it good. And, ooh, that buffalo, some good fish, man. But ooh, I just couldn't deal with that. So
See?
salmon and perch, man, red snapper, silver bass, things like that is what I said. Any fish that had the fins and the scale, that's what I was rocking with. Any
Yeah.
scavenger, no disrespect to nobody. Scavengers, I didn't believe in that concept. Yeah, but
Yeah.
that buffalo had too many bones for me, man. I just stopped eating buffalo. Woo! I ain't ate buffalo, Lex. Wow.
Yeah.
Teenager, man, probably Lex.
And that's why I brought that up about the lives that we've been having. These lives we be having are getting rid of the bones. But you got some people who they coming in, they looking, but they not trying to figure out why we having these lives.
Right.
Having the bones, y'all don't want to learn what the deal is. So that's why I brought that little similarities up about that. So
Yeah.
I mean, the more
Everybody
they
can get
use
everybody can get eat. Only
yeah,
thing about it, only thing that I got to know this now. You can eat as much as you want while you here.
yeah.
Be out there, if you. But there's no to go place.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm.
You only gonna get that real over here, man.
That's it. So that's why I suggested I put it in the text. I know nephew got a lot on his shoulders, so I put in the text that and I'm trying to remember, nephew, when we did the first 24-hour live, that unfortunately you didn't understand, we were able to record it. What month was that? And we know we did the second one was the end of May, early June, but end of May. And my thinking is, I'm thinking that first live was that March or was that April? Was that March when we did that first live, the first 24-hour live that didn't get recorded?
Can't remember when that was. It was somewhere around in there.
I'm saying anybody in the chat. I'm saying that for a particular reason to lead up to what I'm saying. Anybody remember the 24-hour live that we did? J Rock, you remember that 24-hour live? The first one was that March of this year? Was it February? What was it? April? I'm trying to remember what year what month it was. Am I thinking is the quarters? Because what I suggest. Okay, so you said April. You said you think it was April the 24th. You think, Ashley? Okay. Do that sound about right, Lex?
The first one,
Yeah.
I think it was a little bit sooner than that. I believe.
No, the second one we did May the 26th.
Okay, so
So look at it like this, Lex. It's 4 quarters a year, correct?
right.
Each quarter is 3 months, correct?
Uh huh.
So my thinking was, um the 24-hour lives require a lot. It, it,
Right.
it, requires, it requires a lot. And to do those soon back to back is too much. It's
Yeah.
just too much,
Yeah.
especially what you have to do, like lady, everything they had to do, the panels and stuff. So my thinking was have the 24 hours live was suggested to nephew in the text. The 24-hour live he can do
Once a
every
quarter.
quarter, once a
Right.
quarter. That's
Right.
enough recoup. That's enough recoup time in between the next one. So I was trying to figure out. You got January, February, March. That's the first quarter. Then you got April, May, and June. That's the
Mm-hmm.
second quarter. So if that first live we did was April and the second live we did is May, we pretty much can cover the first 2 quarters. You know
Right.
what I mean? So my thinking, if he suggests to do another 24-hour live, April, May, June, then somewhere between July, August, and September. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? I would say probably maybe August or September. You know what I mean? Then you have that's your third quarter. Then your last and fourth quarter of the year. Shout out to Kels and that album that he tried to do. Um, Third quarter, he won't do that fourth quarter, but they mess around. But that's what October, November, and December. That's the
Right.
last. That's the last quarter of the year. So
I agree.
after he can do two more 24-hour lives he want to, but he can space them. Nephew can space them out. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I agree.
I was trying to remember, nephew, when we did the first 24-hour live. Somebody said it was
First one
April.
was April. We
Okay,
did it
so
on
then we did the
April.
second one in March.
April.
I'm in May.
We did it in April. Then we turned back around and did it in May.
So
Yeah.
my thing, you do one every quarter, which is every 3 months. So we did already took care of the first 2 quarters by them being back to back. So I said, if you was willing to do another one, it should be no earlier than probably about like August or September.
Yeah, it probably be August.
You
Yeah.
see what I'm saying, nephew?
Yeah. I
And
didn't
I
realize
said,
they were so close together.
right, because that's too. It requires too much. So that's what I put in the text and I sent you, nephew. Then I suggested that in between the time, since we can go like 3 or 4 hours and it's like nothing, we blow past that. And the live that you do, I suggested that you can do like 12-hour lives in between that time, not no 24, but a 12-hour live to get more substance, but you can still break it up in parts. You can go either 3 hours per live, 4 parts, or you can do 4 hours per live, 3 parts, and whatever your
The
subject
first
matter
one
outline
was
is.
no. The first one
What,
was March the 18th. I'm looking at it.
okay, so
It was
I thought it was. I said March. I thought it was. So we handled the first 2 quarters of the year. We handled within that January, February, March. Okay, we got that first quarter. Then the next quarter,
Yeah, cause
what is April,
we
May,
supposed to
June?
did the last one. We supposed to did the last one on April the 24th, but then it
Right,
got postponed until May.
right, right. So we covered the first 2 quarters. So that's what April, May, June. So now between July, August, or September, that's the third quarter year. Whichever no month you decide. You know what I mean? Like you said, August, maybe August, even September. You say. That's enough time to prepare for that 24-hour live because I know what all that it requires. And I say in between the time, if you want to do like a 12-hour live or even split that up, you know what I mean? 6-hour live, you know what I mean? And do 2 hours per live, you know what I mean? Six
Yeah.
parts, you know what I mean? You follow what I'm
March
saying?
the 18th, and the last one was on May
Or
26th.
3 parts, brother. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So that was my thinking is the real, and we still can cover all the subject matters and we can still, build a, so that was my suggestion to you in the text, and then I sent you 2 emails. The
Yeah,
the
I was reading some of the emails last night. It be so
yeah,
many, man.
I
I be
know, I know,
trying to get through
I know. When you got to mine, I sent you 2. The last one I sent you, go to the one before that. The one before that. It was an interesting topic that I came across the channel that I'm on. This young lady that creates a good balance, a healthy balance, like we do. She's not commenting on this particular case, anything like that. That's not how her channel is. She don't tap into none of that per se. But it one particular one she did was about 17 minutes and maybe 30 something seconds. And the subject matter that title was, I said, ooh, that's gonna be interesting. That is interesting for adult talk. And she was showing a clip of a young lady talking, one about a couple of seconds, and reacting to that particular platform this lady was speaking. And she came back and gave her breakdown on the subject matter, whether or not how did she title was,
ain't yeah.
is it okay as far as men and women to greet the opposite that with a hug when you have a significant other or you married, something like that. It's in your email. And the way she broke that down, how you gotta listen to that, the way she broke it down and gave her observation on and the balance on both sides, I said that is interesting and powerful. I said, wow, nephew can pull a lot out of that in adult talk, and he can stretch that out how many he want to in a number of lives and give a subject matter. You know what I mean? Just in that 17 minutes, I said, "Ooh, this." I said, "I got to send this to nephew. I got to email him this." And her name is Riva, Riva, RIVAH TV. That's the name of her platform. And when I came across, I said, "Ooh, that's a good. Ooh, that's gonna be very interesting to hear everybody's, you know what I mean, perspective on that." I said, "Wow, that's a good adult talk subject." And if he can stretch that out, and how many parts he want with that, like you listen to the video, watch it, and then how your mind thinks and the rest you want to go with it. I know it's gonna open up a lot of ideas for you, and that's what I want. Yeah, that's what I want to share with you because I know you got a lot on your plate when you trying to go through the emails and them texting and stuff. So yeah. Mm.
I'm pretty sure these 24-hour lives and also the lives that you've done so far. I'm pretty sure that a lot of people are looking forward to them now. Now that they see what it's all about.
Right. And
Not just yeah,
that's why I suggested that like I did.
yeah. And I think a lot of people finally catching on. Not just the people who's already been in the fight, but even a lot of the newcomers. I believe they're learning something as well, and they're looking
Right.
forward to hearing what's going on. And I think it's rubbing off to the newcomers, and they're probably telling somebody that they know, and they're coming over and they're listening to what's being said, and they're probably like, "Well, I wanna interject too on the 24-hour live." So if you're in here and you're listening right now, no, don't be shy. You can put in what you feel and how you feel about what's going on, and look forward to the next live and pass the word around. Share.
Right.
I always say share. I always every time we do a live, even if I'm not even in the chat, for having to come on and just dip in and hear what's going on. If I can't get in with y'all, I just go ahead and I share it. So at least somebody else can see it, and I can go back and do the replay. But I just still like to, I still like to share it when I see it, so it can reach somebody. Because we already know what's going on, but a lot of people don't know. So everybody know what's going on. So, like I said, if people who are in here and who are new to the channel, go ahead and share.
Yeah. And I would just say simply as a reminder, for one's own clarity of mind, you owe it to yourself, not on this subject or any subject, even how we teach our children and mentor, whomever. Make sure you know what you're talking about before you talk about what you're talking about.
Absolutely.
Because it's unfair and is biased, and it's a sense of prejudice when you don't do your due diligence and research and make sure you gather all the facts, because we tend to, as humans, to judge without being, totally and completely informed, and we premature jump the gun and jump on the. That's dangerous. That don't let nobody pimp you and use you like that. You know what I mean? Think enough of yourself and care and love yourself enough as an individual to say, I'm not going to just take everything hook, line, and sinker that someone says. And even us, you know, like Pac said, check out what we're saying, Pac said, and hold us accountable for it. You know what I mean? And like Kel said, even with his cousin, like he said, if he does something, that's like that, bring it to his attention. And there's no disrespect with that. You know what I mean? That's all about giving and sharing and making an adjustment. And you may have some light that I don't have. You may have some information that I don't have. Your perspective, I might have not have thought about it that way, but it sheds light on the topic. You know what I mean? And if we coming together with a good heart like that, I think we can reach our destination and we can fortify this network that we're building, that when we get attacked or the naysayers, we can withstand all of that. You know what I mean? And we keep it moving. And I think that's how anybody should move in life. You know what I mean? I think you just owe it to yourself. That's only if you striving to be the best that you can be. But if you're not a meek person, if you're not walking in humility, then you can't grasp that concept of what I'm saying. You know what I mean? If you still struggle with pride and arrogance and selfishness and anger and hurt and pain, then you can't hear what I'm saying. And until that is addressed, it's the only way you will be able to, hear what I'm saying. You know what I mean? So, that's my 2 cents. What's up, Nishimo? Nishimo, how you doing, my dear? Darlene, how you doing, Darlene?
Hey. All right, y'all. Look, I made right here. It say 366 to 397. Hey, I'm finna get ready to end the live. I'm at the hospital. I'm gonna go visit my auntie. So
Okay,
y'all be blessed. Have a good day, and we'll see y'all tomorrow. Most definitely. Shout out to
All right.
everybody that came over.
all right, nephew. Blessing to you.
All right,
All right,
bless you. Man. Take it easy.
all right, let's grace and peace to everybody.
All right.